Good morning, good afternoon to those watching from other parts of the world. Welcome to this event, Health and Wellbeing New Silk Road Conference, Innovation, Cooperation. Bom dia a todos e boa tarde para quem nos assiste de outras partes do mundo. Bem-vindos a este evento sobre Health and Wellbeing New Silk Road Conference, Innovation, Cooperation and Health Tourism. Ni hao, 欢迎你们参加健康丝绸之路国际会议。Good morning, good afternoon. I apologize if my Chinese is not so good. The conference. The purpose of in health research innovation programs to understand complementarities between Chinese and European medical practices in prevention and also to establish a pragmatic approach on development of health cities, health and well-being tourism cities, and health in science parks, trade, innovation, and industry. We have with us, for the opening of this event, that we honor very much, elements representing the institutions involved in the organization, as well as representatives of diplomatic bodies, to whom we are grateful for their availability to being here today. And that I will now enunciate
and our interaction is to many other areas. Reciprocal relations have been with more than 2,000 Chinese universities and institutes. Nevertheless, our ties with China are not limited to these. The University of Aveiro is today a national reference as far as cultural and linguistic exchanges are concerned. The Aveiro University has shown its commitment both in the teaching of Mandarin in the Portuguese community and teaching Portuguese to Chinese students. There are many Portuguese undergraduate and students, as well as many business people, who have learned to write and speak Chinese since the teaching of Mandarin was first introduced. Many Chinese students also come to the University of Aveiro to learn Portuguese. So the university was also a pioneer in the area of Chinese studies with the establishment of the Center for Asian Studies in 1997 and the master's degree of Chinese studies in April 2015. Something very important happened. The University of Aveiro started to host the Confucius Institute. It has been an important center for diffusion of Chinese language and culture in Portugal and, of course, in the Aveiro region. The prize Confucius Institute of the Year was awarded to it in 2018 and recognized their undeniable dedication to the dissemination of Chinese culture. The Belt and Road Initiative, inspired by the ancient Silk Road that for centuries linked China to the Western markets, has revived the cultural and economic cooperation of those times and has opened prospects for more intense cooperation with tangible benefits for everyone. This Health and Wellbeing New Silk Road Conference addresses one crucial dimension of cooperation, health. It is an important and very timely event, this one to reflect about the health global system, to identify cooperation opportunities in this broad area of very high strategic importance to the University of Aveiro and in related areas. The expression Health Silk Road goes back to 2015 and was reinforced by President of the People's Republic of China in 2017. It has gained, of course, a new meaning and a new force after the COVID-19 pandemic as a way of building what President Xi Jinping called the community of common health for mankind. In fact, the President of the People's Republic of China has pointed out in 2014 the need to build 4 bridges across the Eurasian continent, a bridge of peace and stability, a bridge of growth and prosperity, a bridge of reform and progress, and a bridge of common cultural prosperity. May the University of Aveiro and China continue to contribute to the establishment of these bridges. I wish all of you a fruitful conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira, for your brilliant message. Now we will have Professor José Joaquim Alvarilhão from the Executive Board of ESUA that will speak, and we'll listen to him carefully. Please, Professor. I'm sorry. Before this, we will translate the message of Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira into Chinese.
尊敬的赵本堂大使，尊敬的何塞·多阿尔特大使，亲爱的新丝绸之路协会主席费尔南达·伊列乌，亲爱的尊敬的阿维罗大学健康学校的若阿金·阿尔瓦拉良教授，女士们、先生们， 非常欢迎各位来到阿威罗大学。我非常荣幸能够参加这次健康丝绸之路大会。大学是知识的生产者，但是科学是不可或缺的。大学们必须建立合作，解决问题，创造并应用知识或开拓获得知识的途径。在全球化时代，将国际协作与合作作为一项面向全球各个大学的战略目标至关重要。在中国建立新的合作网络以及发展或巩固现有的合作网络，都可以促进阿威罗学院的发展，并为其在国际舞台上获得肯定做出了贡献。阿威罗大学与众多中国院校和高等教育机构建立的合作关系中国文化的奉献精神。“一带一路”倡议的灵感来自古丝绸之路，它通过陆路与海路，把中国与西方市场联系起来，复兴了那个时代的文化和经济合作，并为造福每个人的紧密合作开辟了道路。这次健康丝绸之路大会将探讨这种合作的一个关键点——健康。这是一个重要而及时的机会，可以对全球卫生系统进行反思，确定在这一领域的合作机会对阿威罗大学及其相关领域的研究具有非常重要的战略意义。健康丝绸之路这一表述可以追溯到2015年，并在2017年得到了中国主席习近平的支持。在冠状病毒大流行之后，它有了新的含义，以此来构建习近平主席所说的人类卫生健康共同体。实际上，习近平主席在2014年指出，需要在欧亚大陆架起4座桥梁：和平与稳定的桥梁、成长与繁荣的桥梁、改革与进步的桥梁、文化繁荣的桥梁。希望阿威罗大学和中国高校及科研机构继续为建立这些桥梁做出贡献。祝会议圆满成功，谢谢。Obrigada.
Now it is Professor José Joaquim Alvarenhão from the Executive Board of ESUA. Let's listen to Professor José Joaquim Alvarenhão. You have the floor.
Good morning, all. First, on behalf of the Professor Rui Costa, I would like to thank you for the invitation to the Health and Wellbeing New Silk Road opening ceremony for this conference. We will talk about innovation, cooperation, and health tourism, something that for us at the health school, Science Health School, is a very important issue, not only for what we think it's about learning, but also what we think it's about research. Second, I would like to say hello to all the members at the table, the Dean of the University of Aveiro, Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira, also the Ambassador Zhao Bentang, also the Portuguese Ambassador in the People's Republic of China, Ambassador José Duarte, and also to the Professor Fernanda Ilheu. Thank you for being with us also. A special greeting for the organization and also to the speakers of the conference. We will contribute for sure to a deep and fruitful discussion on the challenge that a global strategy for health use poses. In addition, a special salute for all of the participants live and online that were available to share their time and attention with us. I would like to highlight the role of the Health School Science of Aveiro because we are obliged to assume an approach to these global health governance needs. On one hand, we have the most important mission goals is the training of high quality professionals. And we know that in this time, we need this health training in a perspective of proximity. We know that the life cycle of the person is very important for emphasize the community-based approach of our services. And we also want to introduce rehabilitation in all levels of the services as proposed by the Health Organization. We think that the next step is to bring up rehabilitation for the primary care services. We think that is the most important thing. And for that, we think that it's possible to bridge, to build some bridges with also the approaches that we have from the Orient. So in this regard, we know that the cooperation with than 300 entities in the region, including the primary health care, also the hospitals and long-term care. But we also know that thermal service that have an important role in tourism could be a good example for this dynamic. We know that also for the research, it seems that to be the right answer to bring closer all these three themes of the conference: innovation, cooperation, and health tourism. Different examples we have at the high school, health science school in Aveiro, that we approach the three most important pillars for the well-being, that it will be the sleep patterns, activity, and physical activity and nutrition. And we know that these also have a strong link with the tourism services. So we think that for the global challenges that the aging represents, we can contribute to the development of knowledge and to be able to practice the best health prevention approaches. The ancient Silk Route not only brought together the different points of the globe, but also was the space for sharing which allowed the foundation of modern times. So we wish that this global health governance, the new Silk Road that will lay down the foundation for a truly shared world in the future. Thank you.
上午好，首先我谨代表阿威罗大学健康科学高等学校校长鲁易科斯塔感谢健康丝绸之路创新合作健康旅游国际会议开幕式的邀请。其次，请允许我向尊敬的阿威罗大学校长保罗·乔治·费雷拉教授以及新丝绸之路协会主席费尔南达·伊列乌致以诚挚的问候，并向会议的组织者和嘉宾致敬，感谢他们为应对全球健康问题的挑战而做出的贡献。这次会议必将是深入而富有成果的。此外，我还要向所有线上线下的与会者致以特别的问候，感谢你们愿意抽出时间和精力来参加我们的会议。最后，我想强调阿威罗大学健康科学高等学校在全球卫生治理问题中必须承担的作用。一方面，其最重要的目标之一是从全生命周期健康管理角度来培养高素质的专业人才，同时重视以社区为基础的外展服务，并按照世界卫生组织的建议，针对不同级别的手术引入术后康复治疗。从这个意义上来说，我们与300多个单位开展合作，健康服务范围涵盖初级健康护理、住院、长期护理以及温泉护理服务。这些合作都是对这一领域产生积极意义的良好范例。另一方面，这次国际会议的主题是创新、合作和健康旅游，而阿威罗健康科学高等学校的研究内容似乎就是将这几个主题联系起来的正确回应。正在进行的一些项目都是很好的例子，比如与健康有关的项目、睡眠模式、营养和体育活动，其中的大多数项目都与旅游以及温泉护理服务密不可分。此外，我想再次强调，阿威罗健康科学高等学校致力于开展人口老龄化这一领域相关知识的研究，以便将最佳的预防保健方法付诸实践。古丝绸之路不仅将全球不同的点聚集在一起，而且也是一个共享空间，为当代丝绸之路的建立创造了条件。因此，无论是全球卫生治理，还是新丝绸之路，都将为建立真正的共享未来奠定基础。谢谢。
Thank you, Professor José Joaquim Alvarilhão, for the message that you left and the importance that we recognized in the Health Science Department and School of University of Aveiro. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Fernanda Ilhéu as President of the New Silk Road Friends Association. Professor Fernanda, please, you have the floor.
Good morning. Magnificent Director Paul Freire, Ambassador Zhao Bantang, Ambassador José Augusto Duarte, Professor José Alvarilhão. In the name of the New Silk Road Friends Association, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all the guest speakers, participants, and friends which come to the conference Health and Wellbeing New Silk Road, held today in this Aveiro University Auditorium and on the digital room. In particular, I would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to the co-organizers of this conference, the Aveiro University, here highly represented by Dean Professor Paulo Ferreira, as well as the Aveiro University Confucius Institute, directed by Professor Carlos Moraes, and the Health School, here represented by Professor José Alvarenhão. Universities, research institutions, and think tanks play an important role in identifying problems and advance innovations, solutions, or innovative solutions, and research topics. Today, the Aveiro University and the New Silk Road Friends Association think tank are launching an important research team. I also would like to give special greetings to the ambassadors Zhao Bantang and José Augusto Duarte for their participation online on this conference and for all the encouragement given to the New Silk Road Friends Association project. It is a great honor to have your digital presence. The New Silk Road diplomacy is fundamental. Portugal was the first Western European EU country to sign a MoU on BRI cooperation with China, which shows the fantastic diplomatic work that has been done. We now need to pass to the stage of concretized projects. I would also like to express our gratitude to our sponsors, the FCT, the George Alves Foundation, and the MHS Group. To express our warm appreciation and gratitude to our guest speakers today, who willingly agree to present their views on the topics proposed to them or to answer our questions. To my colleagues of the organizing team goes my warm greetings and special thanks for your commitment to this project. The Belt and Road Initiative is first and foremost seen in the world as a hard infrastructure initiative. Its announcement in 2013 emphasized infrastructure connectivity, and officially there are 5 major components of connectivity that the BRI seeks to advance: policy coordination, facility connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and people-to-people exchanges. Geographically, the belt refers to the Silk Road economic belt, an overland road that connects East Asia and Europe through Central Asia. The road refers to the 21st century maritime Silk Road, which connects East Asia with Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, and Eastern countries. Inspiration of these two roads comes to the ancient Silk Roads, where trade and culture exchange flourished. Despite the central geographical scope of the BRI being Eurasia, the concept is elastic to expand beyond Africa, Latin America, the Polar region, and the Pacific countries. The Chinese government has never confined the concept within a specific geographical scope. The policy coordination and the people-to-people exchange serve to provide the political and social foundation for the investment of hard infrastructure, usually by Chinese enterprises, such as rails, roads, ports, and electricity. Infrastructure connectivity, in turn, will promote greater exchange of goods, people, and capital between and among China and the participating countries in the BRI. But under the people-to-people exchanges also comes the soft infrastructures initiatives in education, culture, arts, sport, health, among others. In fact, people may think that the Elf Silk Road is a vision that arises because of COVID-19 pandemic, but it comes before it. In 2015, Chinese health authorities unveiled a document titled A 3-Year Implementation Plan for Advancing BRI Health Cooperation, 2015-2017 plan. The document is a comprehensive policy document for international health cooperation, which became the basis of the concept of the Health Silk Road that emerged a year later when in 2016, Xi Jinping mentioned it. The document began by pointing out the importance of health to the BRI. Increasing health infrastructure ensures socio-economic development, and the cross-border flows of people increase with the progress of BRI, and the risks of the spread of infections, diseases also increase. Strengthening health cooperation between China and the BRI countries and jointly working to encounter public health cities will help protect the health security and socially stability of China and BRI countries, which also protect the construction of the BRI, the document claimed. The document laid out a three-stage strategy to promote the BRI from the healthcare sector. In the short-term stage term was 2015-17, as said, more turned to the domestic health system issues. The medium stage term from 2017-2020 plan was focused the preliminary network of health cooperation among the BRI countries to launch several key health cooperation projects and to increase China's voices and influence in regional and global health governance mechanisms. And in long-term stage plan, 2020-2030, the Health China 2030, China should be able to demonstrate to the world the advantages of the health cooperation with China. China, by then, should also have increased both its capacity and status in regional and global health governance matters. The document also listed 8 priority areas of BRI health cooperation. First, the document emphasized the need for regular bilateral and regional multilateral health-related meetings and mechanisms along government leaders and officials between China and the BRI countries. Second, the document emphasized the construction of mechanisms to control, track, exchange information, and coordinating regarding cases of infectious diseases, especially along the bordering countries. Third, the document suggested that China should launch short, medium, and long-term training and education programs for medical and health professionals from the BRI countries. Alliances of hospitals, research institutes, and medical schools should be encouraged to encourage a change of research and development. Fourth, the document emphasized the need for constructing a cooperative framework over public health crises among the BRI countries. Fifth, the document points out that traditional medicine in other countries should also be emphasized. Sixth, it called the cooperation for mutual learning over a wide range of issues related to healthcare systems and policies, such as medical insurance coverage, healthcare system reform, laws and regulations, demography and family planning, and senior citizen care. 7, the document proposed that China institutionalized medical aid to BRI countries, especially among the poor countries, such as dispatching short-term and long-term medical aid teams, construction basic medical infrastructure, donating drugs and other health equipment, and providing training projects. 8, it also discussed the potential of healthcare industry collaboration along the BRI countries. It mentioned medical tourism, cross-border health insurance, long-distance medical care, export of China medical equipment and pharmaceutical products, foreign investment of China's health-related enterprises, and so forth. But yes, the Health Silk Road has always stayed on the margin of the BRI until the unexpected COVID-19 outbreak in 2019-2020. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is going to fundamentally transform global politics and the foreign policy priorities of many countries. With the pandemic negatively affecting so many economies, and it is unlikely that the BRI could continue its costly and sometimes controversial infrastructure and overcapacity transfer mental in its early stage. Hence, China is likely to redirect the Health Silk Road as a mainstay of the BRI, emphasizing the healthcare infrastructure foundation of the BRI countries together with the already prominent digital Silk Road and the Green Silk Road in the coming years. COVID-19 highlights the need for public health infrastructures for many countries, especially developing countries. The of Silk Road provides the policy framework for China to strengthen and reform its foreign medical aid system, increase its influence in regional and global health governance, direct BRI investment to basic public health investment, and enlarge China's role in the supplies of medical products and services. China is an essential country, not only in the economic world system, but also in other world global interconnected systems as the health one. The BRI was written into the constitution of the Chinese Communist Party. It signals that BRI is not a short-term vision or a fantasy of China for a long-term, but a long-term commitment. So the question is how cooperation should be done for the benefit of all. Which concrete projects between Portugal and China can be carried out? I do hope that this conference can give us some highlights. Thank you very much.
尊敬的保罗·费雷拉校长、赵本堂大使、何塞·奥古斯托·杜阿尔特大使、若阿金·阿尔瓦拉良教授，我谨代表新丝绸之路协会，非常荣幸地欢迎所有发言嘉宾、与会人员和朋友们参加今天在阿威罗大学礼堂和线上会议室同时举办的健康丝绸之路国际会议。在此，我由衷感谢本次会议的主办方们，特别是阿威罗大学的校长保罗·费雷拉先生，阿威罗大学孔子学院的院长卡洛斯·莫莱伊斯教授，以及健康学院的若阿金·阿尔瓦拉良教授。高等教育机构、研究机构和智库在发现问题、推进创新解决方案和研究课题方面发挥着重要作用。今天，阿威罗大学和新丝绸之路协会智库推出一个重要的研究主题。我还要向赵本堂大使和何塞·奥古斯托·杜阿尔特大使致以特别的问候。感谢你们出席本次会议，也感谢你们为新丝绸之路协会的项目提供的所有支持。你们能在线参加本次会议，对我们来说是莫大的荣幸。新丝绸之路外交理念是十分重要的。葡萄牙是第一个与中国签署“一带一路”谅解备忘录的西欧国家。这表明了中葡两国已经做了大量的外交工作，现在进入具体项目的开展阶段。我还要感谢本次会议的赞助商及科学技术基金会、若阿金·阿尔瓦拉良基金会和 MHS 集团。我也想对今天的发言嘉宾们表示热烈的欢迎和感谢。他们将根据提出的主题发表宝贵的意见，并解答与会者们的问题。同时向主办方团队的同事们致以最诚挚的问候，也特别感谢你们对本次会议所做的一切工作。一带一路倡议首先在世界范围内被视为硬基础设施倡议。2013年提出的倡议中着重强调了基础设施的连通性，并且正式提出了一带一路倡议要推动的5个主要组成部分：政策协调、基础设施连通、贸易自由、金融一体化以及人文交流。在地理上，一带是指丝绸之路经济带，这是一条通过中亚连接东亚和欧洲的陆路。一路是指连接东亚与东南亚、南亚、中东和东非的21世纪海上丝绸之路。这2条道路的灵感来自古丝绸之路，并促进了贸易和文化交流的蓬勃发展。 尽管“一带一路”倡议的中心地域是欧亚大陆，但其可以灵活地扩展到非洲、拉丁美洲、极地地区和太平洋国家。中国政府从未将这一倡议限制在特定的地理范围内。政策协调和人文交流为主要由中国公司投资的铁路、公路、港口和电力等硬基础设施提供了政治和社会基础。反过来，基础设施的连通性将促进中国与“一带一路”倡议参与国之间的商品、人员和资本交换。人文交流包括了教育、文化、艺术、体育和健康等方面的软基础设施计划。实际上，人们可能认为健康丝绸之路是因为新冠疫情而产生的愿景，但它远在新冠之前就已经提上日程。2015年，中国卫生部门发布了推进“一带一路”卫生交流合作3年实施方案2015到2017文件。该文件是关于国际卫生合作的综合政策文件，是1年后出现的健康丝绸之路概念的基础。2016年，习近平主席也提到了这一点。该文件首先指出了健康对“一带一路”倡议的重要性，不断增加的卫生基础设施确保了社会经济发展。随着“一带一路”倡议的发展，跨境人员流动增加，传染病传播的风险也随之升高。该文件称，加强中国与“一带一路”国家之间的卫生合作，以及共同努力应对公共卫生危机，将有助于保护中国和“一带一路”国家的健康安全和社会稳定。这也将巩固“一带一路”建设。该文件提出了3阶段战略，从卫生健康行业推广“一带一路”的倡议。短期阶段指2015到2017年计划，其更多涉及了国内卫生系统问题。中期阶段2017到2020年着眼于“一带一路”国家之间的初步卫生合作网络，启动了几个关键的卫生合作项目，并增强了中国在区域和全球卫生治理机制中的声音和影响。长期阶段性计划2020到2030年及健康中国2030的主要目标是中国能向世界展示与中国开展卫生合作的优势。届时，中国在区域和全球卫生治理事务上的能力和地位也将有所提高。该文件还列出了“一带一路”卫生合作的8个优先领域。第一，强调了中国与“一带一路”沿线国家政府领导人和官员定期开展双边和区域或多边卫生会议和机制的必要性。第二，强调了传染病病例的控制、跟踪、信息交换和协调机制的建设，特别是在边境国家。第三，建议中国应为“一带一路”沿线国家的医疗卫生专业人员提供中短期培训，还将鼓励医院、研究人员和医学院校组成联盟，以便于交流研发工作。第四，强调了在“一带一路”倡议国家之间建立公共卫生危机合作框架的必要性。第五，指出应重视其他国家的传统医学。第六，呼吁在与医疗体系和政策有关的问题上进行合作和交流，例如医疗保险范围、医疗体系改革、法律法规、人口统计、计划生育以及老年人卫生健康。第七，建议中国与“一带一路”沿线国家，特别是贫困国家，建立医疗救助机制，如派遣短期和长期医疗救助队，建设基本医疗基础设施，捐赠药品和其他医疗设备，提供培训项目等等。第八， 讨论了"一带一路"沿线国家医疗健康行业合作的潜力。文件提到了医疗旅游、跨境健康保险、远程医疗、中国医疗设备和药品的出口，以及中国医疗相关企业的外国投资等。但是，健康丝绸之路确实一直停留在"一带一路"倡议的边缘，直到2019到2020年新冠疫情意外爆发。持续的新型冠状病毒大流行将从根本上改变全球政治和许多国家的外交政策重点。由于大流行病给很多经济体带来了负面影响，"一带一路"倡议不太可能继续早期阶段的价格不菲，且有时会引起争议的基础设施建设和产能过剩转移。因此，中国有可能将健康丝绸之路作为"一带一路"倡议的支柱，强调"一带一路"沿线国家的医疗基础设施，以及在未来几年着重推进数字丝绸之路和绿色丝绸之路。本次大流行病显示出了许多国家，特别是发展中国家对公共卫生基础设施的需求。健康丝绸之路为中国提供了政策框架，以加强和改革其对外医疗援助体系，增强其在区域和全球卫生治理中的影响力，将"一带一路"投资直接用于基本公共卫生，并增强中国在医疗产品及服务中发挥的作用。"一带一路"倡议已写入中国共产党章程，这表明"一带一路"倡议不是中国的短期愿景或幻想，而是长期的承诺。那么，问题是，我们如何进行合作来造福所有人？葡萄牙和中国之间可以进行哪些项目合作？我由衷希望本次会议能给我们提供一些新思路。
Thank you, Professor Fernandillo, for your valuable contribution. Thank you also to the brilliant translation. We will now hear from Mr. Ambassador José Augusto Duarte de Jesus, Portuguese Ambassador to the People's Republic of China, who, being unable to be present physically, left us a video message. Let's hear.
Sr. Embaixador da República Popular da China em Portugal, caro amigo, magnífico reitor da Universidade de Harvard, Sra. Presidente da Direção do Think Tank Português, FAIXota, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Com profunda satisfação que aceitei o amável convite que me foi dirigido para dirigir algumas palavras na cerimónia de abertura de uma conferência que, pela atualidade do tema, que é pela qualidade dos palestrantes, representará, sem dúvida, um momento alto na reflexão em curso em todo o mundo sobre a saúde e bem-estar. Cito por isso a Sra. Fernanda Yeo, por mais iniciativa, que bem ilustra o seu dinamismo e, na sua pessoa, o think tank faz a rota. Da mesma forma, saúdo vivamente a Universidade de Aveiro, na pessoa do seu magnífico reitor, pela atenção constante ao relacionamento luso-chinês e, por essa via, pelo contributo dado para o seu aprofundamento. A saúde e o bem-estar estão hoje no topo da agenda política, seja em Portugal, seja na China, seja em qualquer outra parte do mundo. É, portanto, nossa obrigação integrar esta matéria no nosso raio de ação, como diplomatas, como académicos, como investigadores ou como cientistas. E, por essa via, no nosso relacionamento bilateral entre os Estados. A presente conferência dará, estou certo, um contributo inestimável nessa direção. Não pretendendo, longe disso, substituir-me ou antecipar a um debate que, infelizmente, por questões de agenda, não poderei acompanhar, permitir-me-ia apenas partilhar 3 reflexões que julgo são hoje particularmente relevantes. A primeira, tão atual agora quanto no passado, refere-se à importância da troca de boas práticas. Central ao avanço científico e fundamental, estou certo, no trabalho diário da Universidade de Aveiro, por exemplo, o intercâmbio de ideias, o livre debate e a constante procura por melhorias e aperfeiçoamentos, nomeadamente junto dos outros. No fundo, aquilo que caracteriza a ciência. É essencial tudo isto ao combate que hoje nos une a todos, isto é, a luta contra a pandemia. A lição que a ciência nos deu ao longo deste último ano, avançando hipóteses e estando teorias, é verdadeiramente impressionante. A velocidade com que foram desenvolvidas as vacinas é algo que não pode deixar de nos surpreender e que deve também ficar no legado desta luta conjunta, sem barreiras ou nacionalidades, contra a pandemia. A segunda nota que me permito partilhar com o auditório, estou certo que está bem ciente da sua importância, refere-se ao exemplo que neste domínio Portugal e a China têm dado. Através de uma bem-sucedida presença chinesa no mercado de saúde português e por esta via de uma relação comercial fundada na confiança e estabilidade, cuja mais-valia ficou comprovada no auge da luta contra a pandemia. E sem esquecer o contributo de uma colaboração conjunta nestas áreas pode continuar a dar, não apenas através da aposta em empresas já consolidadas e com presença no mercado, mas também por via de investimento novo, de raiz que aproveite o tanto que de bom se faz em Portugal e na China e que permita responder a uma necessidade crescente de respostas na área da saúde e do bem-estar. Com esta nota, gostaria de terminar, tocando a força da colaboração passada para apelar ao seu aprofundamento futuro, seja no plano bilateral, honrando a força de uma relação luso-chinesa de 500 anos marcada pela paz, a concórdia e pelo respeito mútuo, seja no quadro europeu, em que há um claro interesse em trabalhar com a China na resolução de problemas e de desafios que são globais e que exigem, por isso, uma resposta conjunta de todos nós. É o caso, por exemplo, do combate às alterações climáticas, mas também da luta contra a pandemia do Covid-19, em que a ciência deve ocupar um lugar cimeiro e de aproximação dos povos. É por isso que o encontro de hoje é também particularmente oportuno, por permitir sublinhar a importância desta vertente cooperativa de debate e de troca de ideias. É por valorizar o muito que o trabalho conjunto já permitiu alcançar e o tanto que ainda será possível alcançar se a cooperação se mantiver na base do nosso relacionamento, como é certamente o meu desejo. Felicito assim novamente os organizadores desta conferência pela sua realização e desejo o meu mais sincero voto de maior sucesso para os vossos trabalhos. Muito obrigado.
尊敬的中国驻葡萄牙大使、阿威罗学校校长以及各位来宾们，我非常荣幸可以在本开幕式上致辞。以健康为主题，再加上在此领域颇有研究的发言嘉宾们，本次会议毫无疑问将为世界卫生与健康提供新的探索和反思。首先，我想为费尔南达·伊列乌教授送上我的祝贺。他在“一带一路”倡议下的工作热情以及奉献精神，相信大家有目共睹。同样，我也想向阿威罗大学以及阿威罗大学校长致以诚挚的问候，感谢其不断关注和加深葡中两国的友好关系。无论是在葡萄牙还是中国，或者在世界任何其他地方，卫生和健康都是当今政治议程中的重中之重。因此，我们有义务将此议题纳入我们的实践中。无论是外交官、学者、研究人员或科学家，我们都可以为两国双边关系的加强出一份力。我敢肯定，这次会议将在这个领域做出宝贵的贡献。非常遗憾的是，由于议程问题，我无法和大家一起倾听嘉宾们的发言并参与探讨。但请允许我分享我认为与今天会议主题息息相关的3点思考。第一，我相信无论是过去还是现在，在阿威罗大学的日常工作中，思想的碰撞是科学和基础发展的核心。例如思想交流、自由辩论以及不断追求进步。从根本上说，这就是科学。这些对防疫战役工作都是必不可少的。在过去的1年中，因为新型冠状病毒的爆发，我们学到了必须要发展科学、展望科学。研制疫苗的速度让我们感到惊讶和欣慰。这是全球人民对抗此次大流行共同努力的结果。第二，也是大家都熟知的一点，即葡萄牙和中国在卫生健康领域内的合作。中国在葡萄牙的卫生市场上占有一席之地，并建立了以信任和稳定为基础的商业关系。这对防疫战斗也是十分重要的。此外，通过在这些领域内的商业合作，不仅可以投资已经在市场上占有一席之地的公司，而且可以通过葡中两国的友好关系开展新投资，以此来应对卫生和健康领域日益增长的相关需求。最后，我真诚地呼吁各方的合作力量来展望今后的深化发展，无论是在双边计划范围内推动以和平、和谐与相互尊重为基石的具有500年历史的中葡关系，还是在欧洲范围内与中国展开积极合作，解决全球性问题和挑战。这些需要我们所有人做出共同努力。应对气候变化以及新冠大流行病的斗争都证明了科学第一以及全人类团结一致的重要性。这就是为什么今天的会议主题至关重要的原因，因为它强调了在健康领域合作、探讨和思想交流的重要性。共同合作的必要性已经人尽皆知， 我由衷希望我们继续以我们的友好关系为基础，展开更多的合作。因此，我再次祝贺本次会议的主办方和组织人员们，并在此献上我最真诚、最热切的感谢与祝福。
We appreciate the message left by Mr. Ambassador José Augusto Duarte Jesus and his reflection on these topics. Now we will have the message of Mr. Ambassador of the People's Republic of China in Portugal, Mr. Zhao Bentang, who will give us a presentation that we will listen carefully and that will close our opening session. Thank you.
尊敬的阿维罗大学校长费雷拉先生，尊敬的新丝路协进会主席易曼辉教授，尊敬的葡萄牙驻华大使杜奥杰先生，尊敬的阿维罗大学卫生学院董事会阿尔瓦雷良先生，女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好！很高兴出席由葡萄牙阿维罗大学和新丝路协进会共同举办的卫生健康新丝路会议。当前新冠肺炎疫情仍在全球蔓延，给世界人民生命安全和身体健康带来巨大的威胁，给全球公共卫生安全带来巨大的挑战，对各国经济社会发展造成严重的冲击。本次会议以健康思路为主题，积极探讨中葡、中欧加强公共卫生领域的务实合作，对双方共同抗击疫情、推进疫后经济社会复苏、构建人类健康命运共同体具有重要的意义。2013年，中国国家主席习近平先生提出"一带一路"倡议8年来，中国已同包括葡萄牙在内的140个国家和31个国际组织签署了合作文件，共同开展了一大批务实合作的项目，共建"一带一路"正朝着高质量方向发展。卫生健康合作是"一带一路"框架内各领域务实合作的重要内容。新冠肺炎疫情爆发以来，"一带一路"国际合作展现出强大的韧性和活力，为有关国家抗疫情、稳经济、保民生发挥了重要的作用。中方积极倡导建设健康丝绸之路，共同构建人类卫生健康共同体，已向120多个"一带一路"合作伙伴提供了抗疫援助，向90多个合作伙伴提供了疫苗，并正在和多个"一带一路"合作伙伴开展疫苗联合的生产。"一带一路"正日益成为维护世界人民健康安全的健康之路，展现出中国团结携手世界各国，共同护佑人类生命安全、促进人类健康福祉的责任与担当。公共卫生危机始终是人类社会面临的严峻挑战。抗击新冠肺炎疫情的实践再次表明，人类是荣辱与共的命运共同体。重大危机面前，没有任何一个国家可以独善其身，团结合作才是人间正道。不久前，习近平主席在出席全球健康峰会时，就国际社会团结抗疫提出了5点意见：一是坚持人民至上、生命至上， 2是坚持科学施策，统筹系统应对；3是坚持同舟共济，倡导团结合作；4是坚持公平合理，弥合免疫鸿沟；5是坚持标本兼治，完善治理体系。这不仅为我们战胜新冠肺炎疫情提供了科学的指导，也为我们构建人类健康命运共同体指明了方向。葡萄牙是最早同中国签署共建“一带一路”合作文件的欧洲国家之一。中葡共建“一带一路”合作基础良好，前景广阔。在抗击疫情过程中，中葡相互理解、相互支持、相互帮助，书写了共建健康丝绸之路的动人篇章。长期以来，中葡在医疗卫生领域保持密切的交流与合作，双方在这一领域面临许多共同的问题和挑战，开展了广泛合作，并取得了丰硕的成果。葡萄牙是同中方开展中医药合作最为开放的欧洲国家之一。我们期待同葡方一道努力，促进传统中医药与西方医学深入融合，更好地造福两国人民。当前中葡都面临抗疫情、稳经济、保民生、促发展的任务，中方愿继续积极推进同葡方在抗疫、疫后复苏和公共卫生等各领域的务实合作，特别是本次会议所聚焦的创新科技旅游合作等方面，希望能够落地生根、开花结果，取得实质成果，推动中葡全面战略伙伴关系得到更大的发展，推动中欧合作取得更大的发展，为推动构建人类命运共同体、人类卫生健康共同体做出更大的贡献。最后，预祝本次卫生健康新思路会议取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
Excelentíssimo Senhor Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira, reitor da Universidade de Aveiro, estimada Senhora Professora Fernanda Ilhéu, presidente da Associação Amigos da Nova Roda da Seda, excelentíssimo Senhor Dr. José Augusto Duarte, embaixador de Portugal na China, estimado Senhor Professor José Joaquim Marques Alvarelhão, do Conselho Executivo da Escola de Saúde da Universidade de Aveiro, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, caros amigos, bom dia a todos. É com grande satisfação que participo nesta Conferência de Saúde e Bem-Estar da Nova Roda da Seda, promovida pela Universidade de Aveiro e a Associação Amigos da Nova Roda da Seda. Agora, a pandemia da Covid-19 continua ativa a nível global, traz uma enorme ameaça à vida e saúde das pessoas, gerou um grande desafio à segurança da saúde pública global e causou um impacto grave ao desenvolvimento socioeconômico do mundo. Esta conferência tem Roda da Seda da Saúde como tema principal, visa aportar colaborações pragmáticas sino-portuguesas e sino-europeias na área da saúde pública e tem significado importante para o combate conjunto à Covid-19. A recuperação econômica e social dos dois lados no pós-pandemia, bem como a construção da comunidade de futuro compartilhado para a humanidade. Em 2013, Sua Excelência o Presidente da República Popular da China, Xi Jinping, apresentou a iniciativa de uma faixa e uma rota. Nos últimos 8 anos, a China e mais de 140 países e 31 organizações internacionais, Portugal inclusive, assinaram documentos de colaboração e uma grande quantidade de projetos de cooperação pragmática neste quadro têm sido levados a cabo, promovendo o avanço constante e desenvolvimento altamente qualificado da construção conjunta de uma faixa e uma rota. A cooperação de saúde constitui uma parte importante da cooperação pragmática diversificada no quadro de uma faixa e uma rota. Desde o início da pandemia da Covid-19, a cooperação internacional de uma faixa e uma rota vem demonstrando uma forte resiliência e vitalidade e desempenha um papel importante para o combate à pandemia, a estabilização da economia e o apoio ao bem-estar da população dos respectivos países. A China promove ativamente a construção da Roda da Seda de Saúde e de uma comunidade de saúde para a humanidade. e já forneceu auxílios a mais de 120 parceiros no âmbito de uma fecha e uma rota para os ajudar a combater a pandemia. Disponibilizou vacinas a mais de 90 parceiros e está a desenvolver produções conjuntas de vacina com vários parceiros. Uma fecha e uma roda está a tornar-se numa roda de saúde para preservar a sanidade e segurança dos seres humanos, o que ilustra o espírito de responsabilidade e compromisso da parte chinesa em proteger a vida humana e impulsionar a saúde e o bem-estar dos seres humanos junto com todos os outros países do mundo. A crise de saúde pública tem sido sempre um desafio severo para a sociedade humana. A prática do combate à pandemia da Covid-19 corroborou mais uma vez que os seres humanos compõem uma comunidade de futuro compartilhado, que partilham o bem e o mal. Nenhum país podia sobreviver sozinho à grande crise, enquanto a união e a cooperação é o único caminho correto. Há pouco tempo, o presidente Xi Jinping participou na Cimeira Global de Saúde e levantou 5 propostas sobre o combate conjunto internacional à Covid-19. Primeiro, devemos ter o povo como prioridade e pôr a proteção da vida em primeiro lugar. E segundo, devemos adotar uma abordagem científica e holística ao responder à Covid-19. A terceira proposta é defender a solidariedade e cooperação face às adversidades. A quarta consiste em aderir ao princípio de equidade e racionalidade para colmatar o abismo na imunidade. E a quinta proposta reside em aperfeiçoar o sistema de governança, tratando tanto dos sintomas como das causas raízes. Isso não apenas nos deu orientação científica para derrotar a Covid-19, mas também indicou o caminho para a construção da comunidade de saúde para a humanidade. Portugal foi um dos primeiros países europeus a assinar o documento da cooperação com a China sobre a construção conjunta de uma fecha e uma rota. A cooperação entre os dois países neste âmbito tem uma boa base e uma perspectiva risonha. Ao lutarem juntos contra a pandemia, a China e Portugal terem-se um ao outro compreensão, apoio e ajuda mútuos, escrevendo um capítulo comovente da construção conjunta da Roda da Seda da Saúde. A China e Portugal mantêm intercâmbio estreito de longo prazo na saúde e medicina. As duas partes enfrentam diversas questões e desafios em comum, realizam amplas cooperações e obtiveram resultados frutíferos. Portugal é um dos países europeus mais abertos quanto à cooperação com a China na medicina tradicional chinesa. Estamos na expectativa para invitar esforços conjuntos com a parte portuguesa para promover a interação profunda entre a medicina tradicional chinesa e a medicina ocidental, por forma a beneficiar melhor os dois povos. Atualmente, tanto a China como Portugal enfrentam as tarefas de combater a Covid-19, estabilizar a economia, assegurar o bem-estar do povo e promover o desenvolvimento. A parte chinesa está disposta a desenvolver a sua cooperação com a parte portuguesa no combate à Covid-19, na recuperação no pós-pandemia e na saúde pública, e, sobretudo, empenhar-se a procurar resultados tangíveis nas cooperações de inovação, ciência e tecnologia, turismo, entre outras áreas que serão aportadas nesta conferência de hoje, com o objetivo de obter mais avanços no desenvolvimento da parceria estratégica global China-Portugal e no relacionamento sino-europeu e fazer maiores contributos à construção da comunidade de futuro compartilhado para a humanidade e da comunidade de saúde para a humanidade. Antes de terminar, desejo um pleno sucesso a esta conferência. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your presentation that we appreciate. Many thanks also to the translator. Mr. Zhao Wentang has to leave us due to other appointments in his agenda and wishes all the best for this event. We hand now the opening ceremony of this conference, and after this background, I will describe the structure of the conference. We have 2 panels this morning with a coffee break between the panels of more or less 15 minutes. After the second panel, We have the lunch break, 1 hour, and in the afternoon, we'll be back with 5 panels, a new moment of questions and answers, and finally, our closing ceremony with the signature of protocols between the New Silk Road Friends Association and University of Aveiro. We will now start the panels, being the first one about China's health governance. We will have 2 speakers, myself and the Honorable Professor Simon Lee. I am a PhD student of public policies here in the Department of Social, Political and Territorial Sciences. The theme that I will speak about today is linked to my research in the area of global governance for health and the role of People's Republic of China in it. Okay. First, we will sign the protocol between the 2 entities, the New Silk Road Friends Association and University of Aveiro. So I call Professor Fernanda Ilhéu as president of the association and the Dean of University of Aveiro, Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira, for the signature. So the new Health Silk Road and the 14th 5 years plan. This communication today will be based on 4 major steps. The first one is about the concept of global health governance itself, which is at stake. Then I will move on to the concept of Health Silk Road and its evolution. I will try to describe briefly the achievements so far of the Health Silk Road and as a conclusion, what is foreseen for health in the 14th 5-year plan. Okay. So the outline that I just referred regarding the global health governance, it is a broad concept that has various definitions in the literature. I decided to bring today a definition from Fiedler, which for me, is accurate and clear, and defines it as the use of formal and informal institutions, rules, and processes by states, intergovernmental organizations, and non-state actors to deal with the challenges related to health that require cross-border collective action to address them effectively. I would like to stress out that we are talking about issues that can't be solved only by one country, but that implies a cross-border collective action, and also the participation of intergovernmental organizations and non-state actors. That's why we speak about governance, because it implies the participation of non-state actors also. Another researcher in this field, Ilona Kikush, speaks about three political spaces, dimensions of the global health governance. The global health governance itself, that is mainly addressed by the health organizations, and the focus is on the health equity and disease control. The global governance for health, which is in the context of other global organizations, not only in health, but also in other sectors of society. So here, multidisciplinary approach to the health problem, and the governance for global health, which is the governance at lower levels of decision making, at national and regional levels. And the focus point is, in this case, the global health strategies. These three political spaces are very, they can be confused and seems to be the same, but the main differences are in the actors that are involved, and also in the focus point of the governance itself. So in recent years, the health global governance has gained relevance, a more preeminent relevance, because health is more perceived as a value that is present in all other sectors of economy, of society, etc. And so it is common to that we hear speaking about the core determinants of health and social determinants of health. And health is present in almost everything. And it is influenced also by the levels of education, by the social context, by the social support networks, by the gender issues, etc., etc. So moving to the new Health Silk Road, it can be considered as an instrument of Chinese global governance. It is not the only one, but it is one of them. And it is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and also linked with the European Union guidelines for health, especially in two main guidelines of these European and United Nations strategies that are the health for all and health in all policies. So the concept derived from the Belt and Road initiatives, as other concepts do. It was formally coined in 2015, along with a 3-year implementation plan for advancing BRI health cooperation that Professor Fernanda Ilhéu mentioned in our opening ceremony. And it derived also from the elements of development assistance for health, because before the Health Silk Road concept arose, China was already by that time helping some countries and had a participation in this development assistance. Well, after the pandemic, the Health Silk Road gained another relevance. As I said, it derived from the Belt and Road Initiative, but nowadays we have diverse branches of the Belt and Road Initiative, not only the Health Silk Road, but also the Digital Silk Road, the Space Silk Road, and the Green Silk Road, all of them somehow interconnected. The main areas of intervention of the Health Silk Road that are defined in the white paper policy are the development of cooperation mechanisms in health, the mechanisms for the control and prevention of infectious disease, the capacity building and personal training, medical assistance and emergencies, health systems and policies, and the development of health industry. A brief timeline of the main topics about Health Silk Road since 2015. It begins with the 3-year implementation plan for promoting the BRI health exchange and cooperation. Then on 2017, the equivalent to our Ministry of Health in Beijing issued a white paper document that maps the main goals and initiatives of the Health Silk Road. This document is the Beijing Communiqué of the Belt and Road Health Cooperation and Health Silk Road, which is available in the internet and other sources of information. In the same year, Xi Jinping signs with the World Health Organization a memorandum of understanding, and both compromise to build together the Health Silk Road initiative along the countries that are part of the Belt and Road Initiative. And then we have the pandemic situation, and the government issued also and again a white paper that traces the main guidelines and plan for action towards COVID-19, and the white paper is called Fighting COVID-19, China in Action. So before the pandemic, the Health Silk Road already was on the stage, and as I said, it is in this stage essentially a continuation of the development assistance for health, and with a great focus on African countries. After the pandemic, and the action of the Health Silk Road by that time was essentially the organization and promotion of international forums on health cooperation and the building of infrastructures. After the pandemic, this assistance, this building of infrastructures and the sending of medical teams is highly reinforced. Since the pandemic occurred, China has provided assistance to 150 countries and has cooperated with 7 international organizations. From the start of the pandemic, the numbers speak for themselves. 179 billion masks were sent across the world by Chinese government, as well as for protective suits and testing kits. So China has a great role, a preponderant role in the help to other regions of the globe after the pandemic. we assist more recently to the development of vaccines, and Xi Jinping refers to vaccine as a common global good, a global public good. So the aim of China is to be able to provide the Chinese vaccine to other countries, namely developing countries, that can have access to it, and the goal is to produce a vaccine at a fair and affordable price. These are the words of the President Xi Jinping. So today we assist to a vaccine diplomacy. This expression was coined by Peter Ottes, that refers to it as the branch of global health diplomacy that relies on the use or delivery of vaccines. In this case, vaccines for the COVID-19. We have here an example of how developed is the biotechnology and biopharma companies in China. These are the companies that were working on the vaccine development by mid-2020. Regarding the achievements and trends of the Health Silk Road, both before and after the pandemic, we see a higher engagement into scientific research and scientific cooperation. There are more and more cooperation projects that involve Chinese scientists with international teams of scientists. A high investment in areas such as biopharma and biotechnology. And this point will be mentioned in the 14th five-year plan. The food and drug security as a priority. The creation of financing institutions. In fact, we can see that there are flourishing Chinese banks that are financing these projects of health, namely the China Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the New Development Bank. A continuation of the reforms of the Chinese health system. The last reform was on 2009, and now the reform is carried out under the Healthy China 2030, which is a plan that defines goals for the Chinese health system, especially in the primary care services. An example of the importance and the relevance that the Health Silk Road is having across the world is, for example, the number of articles of news that are published under this theme. And for example, just in May from this year, we have here a number of articles and news on the newspapers, on Chinese newspapers, and not only on Chinese ones, but just in May we have here very news that are very specific to disease prevention, to health assistance, and to the fight against COVID-19. Regarding the 14th five-year plan, these ideas are based on the draft version that was issued on March, and the main goal of the whole plan is to build a moderately prosperous society in all around way. And the plan is not very specific in terms of numbers, but it traces broad guidelines that somehow go on with the previous goals of the previous five-year plan. But it refers that China is now in a new stage of development. And so this is also why China wants to have a more prominent role in the health governance stage. So the government wants to increase the governance capabilities. The plan focus also very much on the dual circulation concept in economic field, to a people-centered approach and key core technology that will enter a new level. So if I had to stress out only one word that represents the five-year plan idea, this one, I would say that it is innovation. Innovation in all the fields, not only in health, but also in health. This is the main goals. Continue with the growth in economic indicators. Here also refer the research and development. The spending will be about 7%. To keep urban unemployment rate within the 5.5%. Raise urban residents, this is also occurring. Increase life expectancy of Chinese citizens by 1 year. This is part also of the Healthy China 2030 plan. Promote green development, promote high quality development of the Belt and Road, and a new stage of peaceful China. Regarding to health specifically, the 14th five-year plan intends to continue with the Healthy China 2030 vision to rebalance the medical resources, build up hierarchical diagnosis and tiered treatment system, the reinforcement of management assessment of public hospitals, the reform of centralized procurement and use of drugs, and the telemedicine and elderly care services and mental health as special areas of development. Here again, the innovation and technology together with health. So I have already mentioned the rapid growth of the biopharmaceutical market, the innovative medical devices companies. China has increased from 2010 until 2020 its number of biopharmaceutical companies in 140 companies. The long-term positive development of Chinese traditional medicine, increased opportunities in digital primary care. The primary care is always the area of health that is most transformed, and that is the focus of the Chinese government. Expansion to high quality and efficiency in hospitals network, and the rapid growth of rehabilitation services. To end this presentation, I would like to say that China has passed from a country that was an aid recipient some years ago, and nowadays it has a role totally different and is the donor of this assistance. It will continue to pursue the objectives of Healthy China 2030. And also the development assistance for health, and the health code is only one more instrument that the Chinese government has for using its diplomacy and to implement the going out strategy of Chinese companies in health sector and achieve a more relevant role in global health governance. Thank you. Now, Professor Simon Lee will start his message. He is currently a distinguished professor of biomedical science for State Key Laboratory of Quality Research in Chinese Medicine, Institute of Chinese Medical Sciences at the University of Macau, and he will speak about the importance of development cooperation in the health global system. Professor Simon, the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for organizer to provide me these opportunities to share some story in this part of the world. Yeah. I'm Simon from University of Macau. Here is data published in Lancet recently regarding the healthcare accessibility and quality index in China, and also compare with the other countries. So you may find that the healthcare qualities in China, the variation is still throughout the whole country is still very large. But when you look into the those city or province near the East Coast, their quality index more comparable to other well-developed country, United States, England, or Japan. So in recent years, China put a lot of resources on AI and technologies. So here, some data suggests that the publication of AI from China already over more than other United States or other countries. And so China also try to translate this kind of AI or other IT technology into telemedicine and also digital healthcare. And the market is really very huge. And not only the medical digital health and also the more conventional pharmaceutical industry. The farmer in China and also the government put a lot of resources for the drug discovery and development. And this is also another just a recently published paper in Nature Review Drug Discovery. And it report that half of the oncology drug under development are first in class. So they are also very cutting edge drug targets. I'm our basic scientist, okay, pharmacologist. I also have a collaboration with my collaborator in Boston University. So we have some invention for management of dry eye diseases, because the eye diseases become much more popular. And dry diseases associates with aging, and also some also associates with the autoimmune diseases, and they are really very difficult to be managed. So before the pandemics in 2019, I joined the Boston U delegate to visit a few eye hospital in China, Beijing, China. So for example, like at the Peking Union Medical College, which is one of our has established for over a century. So although I'm a basic scientist, a lot of my delegates from Boston U, they are physicians, and also they are also leading ophthalmologists expert in this field. They are also very few surprised about the amount of patient, the efficiency of the surgery, and also the quality of the eye surgery in China. For example, like here is one of the news report about the Peking University Medical College Hospital. They use the 5G technology to perform remote eye surgery in a few thousand kilometers away on a few patients. So this here is my own personal experience. Okay, a few years ago, I went to Shenzhen with my kids. This is my little son. he got a high fever over 40 degrees Celsius. So we visit one of our hospital. This is a very modernized. And after he take a X-ray film, you find that there is some automatic cargo that deliver the X-ray film to the laboratory, okay? And all the payment, registration, and report down are on electronically. So here is the situation, okay? Because the whole China is really very huge. So today I will more focus on these regions. We call the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. I think most of you here may also know the San Francisco Bay Area. Okay, the Silicon Valley is a very famous hub for IT startup and also company like Google, Facebook, YouTube. So when we compare the China Greater Bay Area with all these Tokyo, New York, San Francisco based area, the GDP is of our China Greater Bay Area already more than San Francisco and more or less catch up the New York. However, the population of the China Greater Bay Area is much higher. So the GDP per person still 1 times to 5 times less than the rest of the Greater Bay. But it also suggests there are a lot of room for the economic growth in this China Greater Bay. So although the China Greater Bay is small in not very huge in terms of the area in China, but the GDP is already over 10% of the whole country. And for example, Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Dongguan is 4 of the major cities with highest GDP. So you will see that the Hong Kong, Shenzhen GDP have a very strong momentum to grow in recent years. Why they have a so strong momentum? For example, like Shenzhen is an innovation hub. So for some very famous brand like Huawei, Tencent, and also BYD, there is an electric car. They have a headquarters and manufacturing in Shenzhen. And also the Huawei recently established their R&D center in Dongguan. There is a very huge campus, very European style, holding 25,000 staff with their own in-house train, and also the staff and also visitor can also experience their 5G network. Okay, this is Guangzhou, and here is Hong Kong, also famous for finance center as well as logistics, and Macau is also a very a hub for the international leisure and also tourism center. So this different city in the Greater Bay Area, they have a different strength and they complement with each other and provide a very good synergisms. However, there are still some of a barrier, a wall, particularly in Hong Kong and also Macau. As you know, they are colonial of England and also UK and also Portugal before the handover. For example, like Greater Bay, here you have the Chinese character, where we use different Chinese character. Yeah, and also like different location have their own currency, and also the cash is not free flow in China. And also we have a different legal and registration for the clinical practitioner, engineer, lawyer, and also pharmaceutical product and also medical device. So, so one of the government effort is to break this wall and try to harmonize these differences and try to promote the integration. So in recent years, the government try to launch many different new law and policy and regulation to promote this integration. And it really provides us a lot of opportunities to use Macau and also Hong Kong as a gateway for the international company to enter the Chinese market. For example, here is a new regulation for the allowance of use and marketing of register pharmaceutical product and also medical device in China and in Macau and Hong Kong to be used in the Greater Bay Area. So it provides us a lot of opportunities. Okay, so after the handover, why Macau could also serve as a very good hub for collaboration with the Portuguese-speaking country. For example, it has transformed and changed a lot in the higher education research industry, high-tech industry, and also the policy. You may also learn that the casino in the gaming industry in Macau already higher and over the Las Vegas in United States. And the University of Macau have moved to a new campus that is 20 times larger. And the government spent $2 million to build a whole campus with a lot of state-of-the-art research facility. And also we established a few state-key laboratories in Chinese medicine, electronics, smart city. Okay, so because Macau is a lack of space, so Macau is also trying to build another commercial area financial center that are next to Macau in Hengqin Island. So all this building is still under construction. And also the Macau government has established a science park, try to transform the more traditional Chinese medicine product into more globalized and also a product that could enter the Greater Bay Area. So in this park, they have a core GMP supporting manufacturing facility and also different equipment, and it can accommodate up to 400 enterprise with the incubator, accelerator, etc. So not only to enter as a stepping stone to enter China market, and also it also opened up possibility to translate to export this new invention in this region to the overseas market. So here is an example. Back to 2014, the Portugal president visited Macau, and at that time, here is a showcase for the tech transfer from the University of Macau to one of the Portugal biotech company, called Telephage. So one of our objectives is to develop new therapeutics for the elderly neurodegeneration. And so University of Macau has an invention for new small molecules for the management of neurodegeneration, and already granted a few patents in different continents. And under the wheelless of the Macau and also Portugal government. So these products have been licensed to the Portugal biotech companies for further registration in Europe. So there are a lot of opportunities there because the China has used traditional medicines and food for management of our health for many years. So how can we further use Macau as a golden gateway for this cooperation? I think friendship is really very important. Yeah. Here is some of my collaborators and friends in Portugal. We have a gathering in Portugal and also in Macau and also in China. And Macau has a long historical root of Portugal. We still have many Portuguese style, colonial style architecture. The official language of Macau is still Chinese and also Portuguese. So in order to facilitate the exchange of idea and the cooperation, okay. Back to 2018, we organized a conference for Sino-CLP cooperation, and also another conference in Portugal. And also this year, we have the third conference in Xi'an, one of very historical Han Dynasty city capital in China. However, due to the COVID-19, a lot of international participants cannot come. So in order to further to facilitate the cover cooperation more structurally, so we established a different organization. This is one of our very enrolled and Portuguese-speaking country organization for electoral medicines. Another one is more for generics for the scientific cooperation. Okay, so we welcome all of you to participate, to join this cooperation and future events. So the last point is there are a lot of fund or China cash available here. They look for good project, look for innovation. So no matter in Macau, China, Shenzhen, from the government, we see. So provide a good project, there are a lot of opportunities. So so at the end, I will welcome all of you to visit Macau, to visit Greater Bay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Simon Lee, for this valuable contribution. Só informar as pessoas aqui presentes que o coffee break é lá fora, devido ao escasso tempo que temos e ao atraso que já levamos. As pessoas que quiserem usufruir do coffee break podem sair da sala e depois voltar. Nós vamos continuando com as apresentações. O café é no bar da reitoria, basta mencionar que estão na conferência e depois não precisam de pagar. Let's then move on with the next presentation. We will start the second panel on the topic of health promotion and disease prevention. The first presentation on this panel will be by Professor San-Ming Wang, Professor at Faculty of Health Sciences, University of Macau, and is entitled Cancer Prevention Through Population Screening in the Great Bay Area. Professor, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear? Yes, okay. Yeah, I'm going to talk about today. It's about it's about cancer prevention in Greater Bay Area through population screening. I'm working at the University of Macau, the Faculty of Health Sciences. Breast cancer is the #1 cancer in women worldwide. There's no exception. You look at any country in the world, that's from WHO latest statistic data. If they have data from any country, breast cancer is the #1 around the world. And of all the breast cancer, it's about 10 to 20% in fact are caused by genetic. That means it's a family-based from genetic factor. Of many gene mutated, there are few genes which are very, very important, contribute significantly. You may know this as a BRCA1, BRCA2, very famous gene, right? And those mutations in those two genes, they contribute to this half of these genetic cause cancer. That means at least 5 to 10%. So these two genes are very big compared with other genes. Those are gene structure, BRCA1, BRCA2. Here, this dot line is show that's the mutation. So these two genes, they're very important. They fix the trouble. If DNA damage, they can fix the trouble. If the trouble cannot fix, then the cell became cancer cell. However, the machine themselves is easy to get mutated. That's what we named it BRCA1, BRCA2 mutation. Of the mutation in these two genes, they are transmitted generation in the family. I guess most of you know who is she? Angelina Jolie, a famous movie star. Her case is a typical example. This is her family, and this is Angelina, and that's her mom. And her mom got cancer about 50 years old, and she passed away. And Angelina did the test, and she found she had inherited the same mutation from her mother. And by then, she was about 40 years old. And then it was predicted she will have 87% of chance to get cancer in a few years. So her case is very typical. And she then decided to take a preventive approach by a very aggressive way of surgery, remove breast, ovarian, and so on, so on. So her danger here, her risk now is dropped down to regular person. That means 1 out of 8 women will have a lifetime get breast cancer. Before, she had 87% risk to get cancer. Now she's pretty much safe. So the key to prevent this kind of cancer is to find the person who had the mutation. Only after find the mutation carrier, then we will have the chance to prevent the cancer. Those include early, frequent testing, not like nowadays, a woman about 40, 45 start a regular MMR testing. They can start earlier, 20, 25, 30, and more frequent to find any early sign of cancer. So this is very critical for early prevention because the mutation causes the cancer normally are earlier than non-mutation causes the cancer. So early frequent testing for early sign, and then they can also take a preventive drug to prevent the mutation cause the cancer. And of course, there's a surgical option. However, this is not the only way, and there are many preconditions.
Sorry to interrupt you. You are not passing through the slides of the presentation. You should go to the presentation mode of PowerPoint.
Professional. This is
okay.
Like this?
Yes. Now we are seeing the slides.
You didn't see that before? Now you see that?
No, only the first one.
Huh? You cannot see it?
Yes.
Can you see it?
It's good.
But this is not full screen.
Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now it's okay? It's okay now?
Yes, we're seeing the BRCA mutation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The third option is surgery to remove breast and ovary as Angelina Jolie did. However, one of the very important issue is to prevent this mutation transmit in the family. That's through in vitro fertility reproduction. And this has been very useful. The mutation present in the family, most of them are not newly raised. That's been in the family transmitted for hundreds, thousands of years. So if there is no prevention to block the transmission, then they will continue transmitting in the family generation by generation. However, by use IVF, then this mutation can be blocked from transmission to next generation. Then the entire family will be mutation-free and no risk of cancer caused by BRCA1 mutation. So, however, if we look back, look at our human being origin, all modern human population are originated from Africa. And then out of Africa, they moved everywhere around the globe. And you see, went to Europe, Asia, South America, North America, and Pacific Islands, so on and so on. So human migration will cause many genetic difference. That's names ethnic specific genetics. So that's the case for BRCA. To identify BRCA mutation carrier, we have to identify the person. However, this is a global picture. You see this 3 circles. Most of the study for BRCA mutation has been carried out in North America, Europe, and Australia. But for the majority of the human population, out of those areas, they are not frequently touched so far. Take one example. Asia has over 50 nations and regions, and then it's 4.5 billion world population. It's almost 60% of world population. And the Asia population is highly genetically diversified. However, BRCA study in most of Asia countries has just started or even not touched. So the local population will not really benefit from BRCA based on cancer prevention. My laboratory is work on Asian BRCA gene mutation. And we compared India, China, South Korea, Japan, just this mutation data from these 4 countries. And then we can immediately see they do not overlap very well in both BRCA1 gene and BRCA2 gene. That means in each population here, their BRCA mutation is very specific. India has India mutation profile, China has Chinese, South Korea, Japan, so on. So that's really reflect human genetic diversity. And then we are physically located in the Great Bay Area, just Simon just mentioned. And we are here. You see, this is China map. And this is Great Bay Area. And we're physically located in Macau, University of Macau here. So we think about how to use technology to prevent cancer in this Great Bay Area. And this area is about 60. Yes. We have about 67 million population. The GDP is 23,000 US dollar in the middle. And in Macau, it's only 0.65 million with pretty small population. And then GDP is 3 times than Great Bay Area, very good economy. And we, because genetically, Macau almost the same as Great Bay Area. So we use Macau population, did one test. We test 6,000 Macau individual. It's almost 1% of Macau population. We just test these 2 genes to look what looks like. From this number, we identify 18 cases. then we calculate in the Macau population, the carrier rate, mutation carrier rate is 0.29%. And then that means in every 345 mechanisms, there's one mutation carrier. And then you multiply the population in Great Bay Area, there's almost 200,000 mutation carrier in the Great Bay Area. And that means of those people, about 200,000 people, they will have about 80% of a lifetime risk develop cancer. So when we talk about the cancer prevention, this is a real cancer prevention. If we can prevent cancer happening in 200,000 individuals in the Great Bay Area, that will be great, right? And then again, we look at the data to see how specific it is in each region, the population. And the Great Bay Area, the population in the Great Bay Area is, you can see the genetically is pretty much different from mainland China population from north. They have their own genetic background. That's the data we made a comparison. So you can see this is non-Chinese, this is international, mainly from Caucasian population, big circle. And the middle one is from mainland China. And this one is from Macau. Then you can see in each population, about half of the mutation data, they don't share, right? In both BRI-1 and BRI-2, we see about half. That will tell us every population has their own genetic background. If we are going to prevent cancer in a particular population, we have to focus on the local population, not just referring whatever data available from Caucasian population, borrow it to instrumental work for example, Macau population, Great Bay Area. No, you have to focus on local. So how to identify the mutation? That's the key to prevent the cancer. And the left side shows the traditional family. It's a family with multi-generations, so many people, and it's very easy to trace if you identify one mutation carrier, and then you can trace back to many different members in the same family, right? However, the traditional family structure doesn't exist in the modern society globally. I think in Europe, they're even worse. So the name right now is nuclear family. What that means? From generation, they become less member. And this is a traditional, a typical Chinese family, because many political reason, family control. You see, this is grandpa population, grandpa, grandma, and parents population. And finally, there are only 1 or 2 kids per family. And with this family structure, nuclear family structure, there's no way you can use family-based approach to identify the mutation carrier, because the family structure doesn't allow you to trace back, right? So how to do that? P is do population screening. Whoever it is, do a population screening. That means everyone in the lifetime tested once to identify if they are mutation carrier, because the mutation rate is pretty high. A few hundred person will have 1, right? So do population screening now is physically possible and not costly. And only through this way, then the mutation carriers spot here will be identified. And this is at the real population level, not just by guess, by chance, right? And through this approach, we will be able to identify nearly every mutation carrier. And those people, lifetime only need detect once, because this is genetic mutation. Lifetime will be maintained the same. Every cell will have the same. You only need detect once, test once. So this idea was proposed by Margaret Kim. Professor Margaret Kim is famous. She identified BRCA1. Early 1990s. So she proposed that's the most effective way to prevent cancer by screening the population. And we hope we will be able to screen the Great Bay Area population with 6-7 million, and then we can prevent the cancer in 200,000 people just by screening these two genes. Yeah. Okay, that's what my presentation talk about. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Sanmin Yang, Xie. We will now move on to another communication, this time by Professor Ana Maria Varela, professor in the Lisbon School of Traditional Chinese Medicine, that will introduce us the topic about traditional Chinese medicine and its role as preventive medicine. Professor Ana Maria Varela, you may start.
Good morning. I am very honored of the invitation to participate in this conference, and I wish the best success to the organization and all the participants. My presentation is about TCM and its role in preventive medicine. First, I'm going to present the concept of TCM preventive medicine, analyze a clinical case of post-COVID-19 with hospitalization and this treatment according to TCM diagnosis and therapeutic principles, and discuss how TCM preventive medicine could have contributed to a better response of this patient to virus exposition, and how we can develop a health personal plan for life after the complete recovery of this disease. Classify disease into 3 stages: disease prevention, upcoming diseases, and real diseases. And once said, high-level doctors prevent diseases. TCM preventive medicine has drawn its wisdom from experience of trillions of practice sessions for the past 5,000 years. It evolved ideas from practice to theory and goes back to practice to test them, enriching and developing the methods. TCM preventive medicine is linked to human health cultivation, personal cultivation, and clinical practice. The concept of preventive medicine, as I said, includes health cultivation, which refers to the conscious acts and methods of cultivating the health of the body and mind, adapt to the environment, improve the constitution, and prolong the quality of life. Health cultivation is a kind of routine for people to consciously cultivate health through many means and methods. It reflects the whole process of discovering the laws of the evolution of life. Health cultivation runs through all process of life since birth until death. Preventive medicine is a practical science. It explores the theory of human health studies and traditional Chinese medicine way of cultivating physical and psychological health, applies methods to strengthen the physical and psychological health, apply methods to prevent disease and prolong life, and apply theories and methods to guide people to cultivate their own health. So TCM principles, theory and methods have to be linked to daily life and have impact in daily life. So preventive medicine is a kind of culture which integrates a lifestyle into a daily life and work, rather than existing independently. It's a practical science that combines theory and practice of natural science and social science, and integrated in multiple disciplines like nutrition, psychology, philosophy, literature, arts, music, sports, and so on. Chinese experts from all dynasties and periods explain the theory and practice of preventive medicine from different perspectives, add different practices and understandings across different academic schools. However, all contribute to enrich the practice of preventive medicine today. Even scientific and technology research, modern medicine can bring right experience to TCM preventive medicine today. So he follows the dynamic balance of yin yang, all is related, all is changing in the world. The health cultivation stress the dynamic balance of yin yang. It follows harmony and moderation, harmony of the relation of man and nature, adjust the health cultivation to each person, and this health cultivation plan must be careful planned according to the life cycles of woman and man. And we know that the woman cycles are different from men and from different periods of life. So TCM preventive medicine extends its action through all life. But if there is a patient that comes to the clinical context of a consulta, he can have a TCM diagnosis and treatment principles. He can have a TCM prescription. We can assess the health cultivation plan if the patient have one, or if he doesn't, we can help him to construct one that could direct his health during his life. So the traditional Chinese medicine has this great value. You can observe and assess the patient field and biological system and this relation to all the different aspects of the life of the patient. It can relate with spiritual context, mental attitude, professional, lifestyle, social, constitutional type, what is his diet, what exercise is doing, and harmonize all these fields of his life. So the patient arrives like this, we can assess and make a diagnostic that has impact in all this situation. We can discuss the treatment with the patient according to their values and will, according to the literature research, according to the clinical experience of the doctor, and do the treatment plan that can change his quality of life and also give directions to their health cultivating plan. And with TCM diagnosis, you can have treatment principles in Chinese herbal medicine, in Western herbal medicine guiding by TCM principles, acupuncture, diet, Tai Chi, Qigong, therapeutics, or other exercise, Tuina massage, and give guidelines for their own health cultivation. So I present in a very short way a patient that is hospitalized with COVID-19. He came to the consulta after the hospitalization. He presents dyspnea, fatigue, and pain in the left leg. And this in count of this pain, and in count of he couldn't do, he has fatigue, couldn't do his work, and wants help. After the diagnosis, we can see that he has still phlegm in the lung, damp in the spleen and spleen Qi deficiency, liver fire that attacks the stomach, liver Qi stagnation, and kidney in Qi deficiency, mainly more in-deficiency than yang deficiency. He was a retired dock worker. He have worked a lot, but he's still working. It's the first time he went to the hospital. It was a very stress situation. He developed hunger in count of this situation, and he has chronic arthritis and diabetes controlled by medication. So this was the diagnosis. But when we ask what happens when he has COVID, we realize that he has a very weak deficiency, very weak defense, Zheng Qi, and is in count of that when he was in contact of COVID, the virus has not, the Taiyang could not defend, and the virus went directly to the Shaoyang meridians and transmits to Taiyin meridians. So is when he was hospitalized. So before the exposition, his defense were very low. So after the diagnosis, we can do the treatment principles for herbal medicine, Western herbal medicine, acupuncture, diet, Tai Chi and Qigong therapeutics, Tuina massage, and give guidelines for their own life cultivation that could restore each Shen and confidence and make the recovery more quick and consistent. So I have no time to go on all the details of this situation, but to stop the cough and eliminate it phlegm, we give this herbal formula of Chinese herbal formula. We use another formula of Western herbs for reduce damp and gallbladder heat and harmonize liver and spleen. We have done an acupuncture protocol to regulate liver fire and regulate liver Qi, harmonize liver and spleen, and eliminate liver fire. And we have advised to not avoid food that could increase dampness and heat, include food that can tonify spleen and food that can eliminate dampness. With Tuina, we could strengthen the kidney, remove the damp in the gallbladder meridian and the bladder meridian, and reestablish his walking capability, and that he can begin working as usual. And then we have, it is important to talk to him, to explain what happens with his health, and give him confidence to participate in the treatment and to change life habits that he has, and they are not good for his health in in the years that he has to live. And this is interesting because this situation is about a patient that come to the clinical context. But TCM preventive medicine can be expanding to all citizens. And there are citizens that don't come to TCM consulta, but they can be reached by TCM constitutional questionnaire. And as this has been a lot of research about the application of this questionnaire to the general population in China and in other countries. And this questionnaire could assess the sub-health problems and could manage these problems in a way that we can prescribe a health cultivation plan that can help the health of all citizens. So this is TCM can diagnose disease before they can manifest the sub-health problems. So if we go back to this patient and we look at him, and if you have found this patient outside the clinical context and in a different world situation, out of this pandemic condition, and we have applied the TCM questionnaire, we will not avoid the infection without following the measures recommended by the General Health Direction. But the patient could have a different response to this virus infection with perhaps no need to hospitalization. So if we observe he has a deficiency constitution type, the diet recommended for this type was food that can nourish in and liver in and kidney in, and this patient usually eat heavy and spicy food. We would advise moderate intense exercise and isometric exercise, and this patient do in daily basis heavy and intense exercise. We recommended not to be involved in stress condition, and this patient is always involved in demanding and stress condition. So we can recommended exercise. We could have recommended exercise. We could have recommended self-twinner massage to nourish in, calm down the yang, Chinese herbal medicine to nourish in and kidney and liver in winter time, Western herbal medicine to nourish lung in because the patient come in autumn, and indication for daily health care plan that he can follow during this period of life, and not less important than the others, recommended self-cultivation of mind and spirit, explained to him that his constitution push him to do, to be very stressed, be very irritated, and if he notice that, he can do a more calm life, avoid stress conditions, and this will increase defense capabilities. So if this happens, the Taiyang could be stronger and avoid the direct invasion of the Shaoyang by the virus, and quick passage to Taiyin. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ana Varela. Now we will close this panel with the presentation of Professor Beatriz Lima, who is the Director of Pharmacy Faculty at the University of Lisbon and full professor in Pharmacological Sciences at Pharmacy Faculty of the University of Lisbon. She will talk to us about integrated therapeutic strategies in the context of the prevention and treatment of metabolic disease. Professor Beatriz Lima, please start your presentation.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you. I was having problems on activating my sound. It seems that it was the host who should do that. First of all, I am very pleased to be here, very honored for being invited to contribute to this panel. And I want to thank, first of all, the two previous speakers, Professor Sam and Professor Ana Varela, for their insightful presentations, which somehow inspired me also. I didn't bring slides. I just decided to make a speech and with some reflections on what was the topic that was given to me, which is related to aspects on prevention and therapeutics on diabetes. And when preparing my presentation, I have found and got a nice work performed by a Chinese group, Xinglin et al., from the Zhejiang University School of Medicine, addressing exactly this topic and giving a very good scenario of what is diabetes. Interestingly, diabetes is a field that has deserved a huge attention all over the world, just because the incidence is enormous. But it's also interesting but sad to see how numbers are still growing, and although there is a lot of advances in terms of the mechanisms of diabetes, then the strategic prevention, the components for risk, this is continuing to grow. So I think it's worth to go first through the insights that have been, and I have been inspired with this work because it's quite updated, and therefore end up with some reflections. Somehow, this work has been published in 2020, and it looks at the burden for diabetes and the evolution of burden between 1990 and 1919 and 2017, and then makes the projection on how it will grow or evolve up to 2025. Covering, so globally, 195 countries. We heard about a discussion on patient on COVID. This is a global problem, and diabetes, we all know, it's also a global problem. And the impact in global health, well, we can discuss which is higher, but anyway, it's also really very prominent. Clearly, risk factors are identified for diabetes, and interestingly, these risk factors are mainly categorized at 13, where the metabolic and body mass index always being the first one, environmental and occupational, like pollution, household air pollution, ambient, and so on, behavioral, tobacco, primary, secondary, dietary, alcohol use, low physical exercise. Interaction between these risk factors are really high and important, and so they would not be more than one. And clearly, looking at this, and of course, we can differentiate between type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes, but it is the type of disease that we feel and perceive clearly that, and it is known, that a lot has to be done in terms of prevention. Therapeutics have evolved enormously a long time, but really it looks like the disease does not stop growing, and therefore a lot has to be done ahead of therapeutics, starting early to detect, to prevent, to anticipate, and then to treat. From 1990 to 2017, globally, an increase in the prevalence of the disease has been seen, and it's important that it almost duplicated from 200,000 million into 476 million in 2017. With an increase also of disease-associated global death, and this is really a trend that is not so different between type 2 diabetes and type 1, although then some difference could be seen in the way are evolving. It is anticipated that there will be an increase. This will continue to increase up to 2025, so there is a lot of intervention that will need to be done, and this might be more related to prevention, related to early interception approaches than related to therapeutics. The mortality, it's interesting when looking at countries, and this is not so surprising, but countries like Oceania, Sub-Saharan Africa, so the regions, of course, Southeast Asia and Central Latin America would be the ones with higher mortality, and the standardized mortality within more developed countries, and focusing on Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and East Asia, seems to be stable, and there seems to be a slow decrease. Whether this is related to strategies for prevention, or if this is related to efficacy or efficacious therapies being developed, it needs to be understood, but clearly it could be a mixture of both, while strengthening the prevention strategies would be needed. The highest countries with the 5 countries with higher prevalence, they are China, India, USA, Indonesia, and Mexico. To be honest, I get surprised with these numbers, because I would expect China to be in a lower range than other countries, based on, even Dr. Ana Varela has explained very well, how traditional Chinese medicine addresses the patient and the components for disease, looking at lifestyles, looking at dietary aspects, and so on. But still, China is there with the highest, as described, with the highest prevalence, and also within the 5 top countries for death, where India is the first one, then China, then Indonesia, USA, and Mexico. USA, we are not surprised, because we know the dysfunction that exists, for instance, in dietary terms. We know even for the dysfunction in terms of lifestyle habits, so I would not be surprised. But it might be interesting to understand why China is so high, whether it is the diversity existing in society still, because China is very wide, but still, it could be an interesting reflection. When comparing high versus low income regions, the burden of type 2 diabetes is higher, and this is not a surprise, but the burden for type 1 diabetes is not so different from type 2 in terms of evolution. However, in the recent years, the type 1 diabetes appears to have a kind of a stable in less developed regions, and a slight increase on prevalence in high income regions. This is another topic which is interesting because we know that type 1 diabetes might have genetic, but it is mostly thought to be related to autoimmunity, and how really increased income societies will be dealing and will be undergoing with strategies and techniques which leads to increased autoimmunity that could be associated to this particular aspect, but could be others. We know that the burden for autoimmune diseases is increasing, and therefore what's happening in higher income countries for this to be happening. Interestingly also, but not unexpectedly, the death trends, especially in the higher income countries associated to diabetes, is being reduced, and is reduced why? Possibly because of the efficacy of the therapeutics. So, well, good medicines, but high incidences of disease, but then less deaths because of good medicines coming. So, the risk factors when addressing this again, so the most prevailing risk factors are really body mass index, the dietary, and the ambient, so the environment itself. So this leads really to an interesting reflection, and that's what I wanted to bring here with regard to this disease, a disease that has such an important component on lifestyle, on dietary habits, so everything that we hear all the time that are being dealt with and taken and paid a lot of attention by traditional Chinese medicine, because indeed it looks like medicines themselves and therapeutics which have been enormously advanced in the last years with regard to diabetes. So pharmacology, the understanding of pharmacology, have really brought a lot of therapeutics that are working. So that's not a problem, I would say, mostly on therapeutics, but really the prevention of the disease is still insufficient, and that's where I would see strongly a big influence of the way and the mindset that is behind the traditional Chinese medicine. It is really important to go through first of all, the early identification of diabetes, obviously, so the factor by reducing factors of risk. Then when identifying early interception, correcting this type of dysfunctions in terms of the risks identified. And then obviously at the latest, it will be the disease interception with these therapies for which also the tools that go through precision medicine that somehow are also in the mindset of this TCM is important, because we know that the complications for diabetes sometimes are genetically driven. It's possible now with huge advances in science in this area to understand whether a patient is more prone to develop complications and which type of complications, even to respond to therapies based on its genetic burden. So this is good for the science, but still most relevant should be to avoid the disease onset, and this needs a correction of all the environment in terms of lifestyle, in terms of patient conditions, in terms of body weight and body mass index. So just to finalize, I would say that the more I think about diabetes, the more I see the need and the possibility that integrative medicine, putting our holistic approaches together with TCM, would be of huge relevance for the sake of global health in society in general, globalized, and that on the other hand, having said that, it would be also very interesting to understand why and which, to have a better understanding on whether and where these incidences in China are impacting on the profile as general that brings China into one of the first and worst countries for incidence, for growth, even for death. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Beatriz Lima, for this brilliant presentation. We closed the second panel of this morning. And now for the next panel, we will now listen to Professor Zhang Boli in the panel about Europe-China cooperation opportunities in health research and innovation programs. Professor Zhang Boli is the president of the China Academy of Medical Sciences, who was unable to come, so he will transmit his presentation by Zoom. And he will speak about the Chinese medicine plans. Do they have a positive effect on COVID-19 treatment? Let's hear.
首先祝贺这次会议的召开。我汇报的题目是守正创新、传承发展中医药学。新冠肺炎它的病毒并不是什么新东西，就各种病毒的一个变异，而各种病毒呢是源于上个世纪60年代，几年它比较的老实。只是到了本世纪初叶，02、03年引起的非典是它的变异病毒所致，而这次又是它的变异病毒所导致。在疫情发生以后，这是在去年的中叶，由清华大学课题组揭示的病毒的3维的结构。通过这个结构，我们可以看到，它是有序的排列。它排列的方式是在囊膜的外周是以鸟巢式的方式在排列，而在病毒的核心的位置，它是以正四面体金字塔形的排列。这种排列有利于这个新冠病毒的一个超长的 RNA， 它便于展开。在攻击宿主的时候，它可以有序的把 RNA 释放出去。因为如果它不是有序的排列，它一旦打折，或者说进行了折叠，往往影响它的病毒的复制。所以，通过这种精细的结构，也证实这种病毒它是在自然界自然而形成的，人造的病毒很难达到如此的完美。这是我们在武汉3个星期以后画出的一张图。这张图它以时间轴做重点，我们系统的总结了临床的经验和基础研究的结果。在病毒感染第1个星期，是病毒复制最活跃、感染最强的时期，而也是治疗的最好契机。如果不能得到及时的救治，造成了患者过度的免疫抗体，释放大量的炎性介质，形成了炎性介质风暴，对机体形成2次打击，就由轻转重，也就我们平常说的伤敌1000，自伤800。如果是免疫功能的抗进不能得到有效的抑制，炎性风暴比较猖獗的时候，可以损伤多个脏器，不但损伤它的功能，而引起的脏器功能的衰竭，造成多脏衰，是吧？造成多脏衰，也就是到了危重阶段。当然，最后是康复阶段。大部分病人免疫功能适度的释放，往往就是轻症。所以抓住了时间轴的概念，围绕它展开的病程、症状、实验室指标以及它的病理治疗都比较清晰了。这也是我们在武汉前线比较少的时间画出来一张图。 对这个新冠肺炎有了比较初步的系统的了解和把握。它和非典相比，它的传染性更强，它的毒性要略于非典，但是临床表现要复杂得多。非典只是攻击肺，而新冠肺炎除了肺以后，它还可以攻击多个器官，心、肝、脾以及神经系统，甚至生殖系统、血液系统，它都可以攻击到。而同时症状也比较复杂，有复阳、长阳，后遗症的损伤也比较重。我们中药对这次疫病的认识呢，是基于有几千年的疫病记载的历史。我们文字是有3000年，大大小小的疫病记载了有500多次。从历代我们看，这500多次疫情，中医一次没有缺席过。不但治疗，而且还总结了很多的经验，研制了很多有效的药物。所以这些药物呢，一直用到今天，仍然是在临床上还是长期使用，并且依然有效。这次的新冠肺炎，我们认为是湿毒疫。这湿毒疫的诊断是通过临床流调得出来的。我们编制了新冠肺炎症候学调查，装在手机 APP 里边。所以我到武汉以后，把这个装了手机 APP 的症候调查的软件的手机呢发给医生，进到红区，直接把数据通过手机传到后方平台。所以我们在差不多10天的时间，4个省、20家医院、1000多例确诊的患者的症候学就出来了。通过数据分析及临床的观察印证，证实它是湿毒疫。它的症候要素是湿、热、毒、瘀、虚，而湿瘀毒是核心的病机。大家看这张舌像，这是青海传出来一张舌像，舌苔是厚腻，是吧？但是又干，所以这就反映了另一特点，它是兼夹发病。湿毒是核心，兼夹发病是临床的特点。在岭南地区，它是加热；在江浙是加温；在西北甘肃啊、青海是加燥。而当时的中南地区呢，连续阴雨绵绵，并且下了雪，天气寒冷，是吧？是寒湿，确实有这个。所以我们说它是湿毒为主，兼夹发病是它特点。同时湿邪，大家都学过中医的生理病理，这个湿邪黏腻，湿生怪病，是吧？湿邪的发病呢，起病温和，后期变化比较迅猛。而新冠肺炎的整个病检面及病理的变化，也符合湿邪的特点。湿邪，我们这个新冠肺炎往往在武汉，我们总结出来叫5、6、7，就是病人往往在第5、6、7天，突然由轻转重，是吧？前一天病人还谈笑风生，是吧？不感觉有什么问题，但是1夜以后，突然间卧床不起，喘憋得很重，是吧？血氧饱和度也下降，出现这个情况。同时呢，病情往往比较复杂，是吧？出现了复阳、长阳，而它的后遗症呢，损伤的脏器也比较多，是吧？这个符合湿邪黏腻焦灼，并是缠绵难愈的特点。中药早期介入，全程参与，在整个这个疫情的各个阶段都发挥了重要的作用。在疾病的早期，我们完全可以使用中药或中治疗；而在重症阶段，我们容器结合的方法，我们血管支持、呼吸支持至关重要，可以维持患者的生命，甚至用 ECMO， 是吧？上了 ECMO 的，如果不上 ECMO 的病人，基本都是最后要死亡，是吧 ？ECMO 是治病是救命的，是吧？而有些个循环支持、呼吸支持以后，有些病理的现象，我们用中医办法来帮助解决。例如，像有些病人上了呼吸机，氧的流量很大，但是血氧饱和度就是上不去，啊，这回跟它特点有关系，它是小气道的炎症，肺的弥散功能出了问题，所以这时候我们给他独参汤，当然独参汤的量要大一点，是吧？我最高用到120克的人参煎煮1天，是吧？ 有的是用生脉饮配合使用。用了几天以后呢，先是将饱和度稳定，不再波动，然后缓慢上升。几天以后稳定了，我们再巩固2、3天就可以考虑脱机了。还有像人机对抗，我们用一副同腹中心汤也解决了一个问题。同时，包括像肺的炎症、白肺、抗生素，甚至小量的激素也都用了，但是还是控制不住，是吧？特别是吸收很困难。这时候我们加了一点活血化清热解毒的中药，像制毒宁啊，加上去以后，就起到非常好的效果。往往3、4天以后，病人从中心向外部慢慢的肺从白肺变为了灰，变成了黑，逐步炎症在吸收，是吧？等等的。所以中西结合救治，在重症患者中起到了非常重要的作用，有效的降低了死亡率，提高了治愈率。在恢复期的患者，这个病的恢复期症状比较重，一个是发生的比例比较高，是吧？同时呢，这个症状比较复杂，除了呼吸困难、疲乏、吸气多汗、脱乏等等以外，还有肺的纤维化，还有脏器的损伤，甚至还有一些个血栓性疾病，是吧？病比较多。往往我们中西结合的方法取得了非常好的疗效，啊，而中医呢，在里起着一个核心的作用。在前线，我们创造条件进行了4份临床的研究，并且进行了临床注册登记。我的团队收集了2036个病例，这是病后方平台所记载的每天收集病例的情况，以及它的干预措施分组，是吧？时间的关系，我就不过多的细致的来介绍每一个研究。在开始评价的时候，我们以核酸转阴的时间，以及住院的时间、机械通气的时间来评价。但是在那个前线的时候，这些个都可以说明问题，但都不是太精准，是吧？因为特殊情况，大批病例、检测能力啊等等都受限制。但是也是在实践中，我们发现，控制轻转重是核心的指标，是核心的指标。没有重症就没有死亡。一个重症的患者花费10几万到几十万，而一个轻症的患者呢，用了1万块钱。所以控制轻重是它的核心指标。所以我的团队和世界卫生组织沟通以后，和英国利物浦大学、霍普金大学美国的一起来商量，经过网上几次讨论以后，大家接受了转重率是评价一种疗效、一种药物的核心指标。这是我们在武汉中医院做的一份164例的随机对照研究，证实了中药的疗效，可以控制转重率，提高治愈率，可以促进肺的炎症吸收。这是我们由湖北省中西结合医院所总结的一个临床的报告，在2月18号正式在中医杂志上发表。这份工作总结了52例中西结合治疗的新冠肺炎，指了中西结合治疗可以缩短症状、住院和转阴的时间，可以提高 CT 影像好转率和治愈率，可以降低病情的转重率和死亡率。特别让我们兴奋的是，在症状和体征改善的同时，把血里的指标、一些免疫性的指标跟身体里的脏器的损伤的修复同步好转，是吧？它的中性细胞的计数、免疫细胞的计数在逐日上升，而反应蛋白在下降，都是脏器损伤指标在修复，乃至上二聚体也在逐步的降低。这些反映了它这种体征和症状的好转是有物质基础的，所以让我们感到更加的提高了信心。因为这篇文章是国内第一个治疗性论文，我们主要也起到提振广大医务工作者治愈这个病的信心的作用。在武汉抗疫中，我向中央指导组提出大疫出良药，中央指导组批准了这项建议，要求国家中医局组织研究。我们对已经上市的几十种中成药 进行了筛选和评价，最后筛出来了3药3方，是大家都知道的，是吧？莲花清瘟、金花清感和血必净，还研制了3张处方。我们团队研制的宣肺白毒方由麻杏石甘汤、麻杏益甘汤、千金尾净汤、葶苈大枣泻肺汤和藿香正气散5张方子的优化组合，同时结合我们的主方库筛选出来虎杖干对易杀新冠的病毒的作用比较强，而马鞭草它对于小气道的炎症具有明确的效果。而这次小气道的炎症是主要的病环节，为什么病人喘憋呀、肺的弥散功能出问题，都跟小气道炎症有密切的关系。在这张处方和前线取得疗效的基础之上，在做新药研究的时候，我们首先做了它的分子对接实验，就从这副药这个宣肺败毒的主要的药效组分，它对于新冠病毒侵袭机体以后必须经过的4靶标蛋白能不能对接得上，是作为一个成药性评价的一个关键一招。我们结果发现，它有75%的成分都可以对接得上，具显示良好的成药性。同时，我们进行了网络药理学的研究，证实了这个药，它其中的169个化合物中的127个化合物可以通过21条通路调控这个新冠病毒286个相关基因。全方呢可以抑制过度的免疫反应，炎症抑制炎性风暴。而在机理方面，它主要针对是免疫功能，特别是针对白细胞介素6，它具有比较强的这个拮抗作用。我们在做的药效学的研究，这是由皮实验室来完成的，证实了新冠病毒传染的小鼠用宣肺败毒具有明确的疗效。而做机制探索方面，宣肺败毒方可以调节机体免疫应答，特别是能够对于促进人体 NK 细胞的杀伤能力，同时呢调节机体的免疫应答。我们做个总结，证实了宣肺败毒方在控制病毒入侵、病毒复制、免疫调节及器官保护方面发挥的是多途径的药效作用。去年6月、7月获得了 FDA 的2期批件，今年3月获得我们国家药品监管局新药证书。国卫白皮书对我们中医药这个抗疫中也进行了这个的作用，发挥的作用进行了肯定。中药早期介入，全程参与分类救治，有效地降低了发病率、转重率、死亡率，提高了治愈率。而主书记在《求是》杂志注文强调，中西结合、中西药并用是这次抗疫情的一大特点，也是中医药传承精华、守正创新的生动实践。几千年来，中华民族能一次次转危，靠的就是中医药，并在同疫病斗争中产生了《伤寒杂病论》《温秘条变》《温热论》等经典著作。这次临床筛选出的3药3方，就是在古典医籍的经方基础上化拆而来的。这是我在今年3月10号《中医药报》上发表的一篇文章。在这篇文章里，我总结了我们中药抗击疫情基本成功的经验，是吧？包括严格的隔离、慢灌中医药，控制疫情的蔓延和发展。在方舱里边，中药成了主力军，控制了转重率；而在重症辅助治疗，也能力挽狂澜；而在恢复期的中医可以促进康复，减少后遗症。正像总书记说的，中医药发挥了重要的作用，也促进了中医药自身的发展。那促进我们中医药有什么发展呢？我觉得一个促进了中药疫病理论的发展。我们检索了2000年的文献，这是第一次报告的湿毒疫，在历代文献里边没有报告湿毒疫，对吧？所以我们提出湿毒疫的理论。同时呢，我们根据现在的实验条件，也解释了中药作用的机制。它主要是免疫调节，抑制炎性风暴，同时脏器保护。同时，我们在抗击疫情中 对已经上市药进行快速评价，以及研发新的药物，也创了一种模式。第四个就是中医药疫情救治的补助模式，这也是为我们以后修改及传染病法和公共事件的应急法中医药介入创立的经验。我觉得更主要是启迪我们要重视中医药的可及性。这次疫情控制住以后，10年、20年以后会不会有新的疫情？大概率事件是还有的，到时还是没有疫苗，还是没有特效药，我们还是靠中医药。中医药转评快，中医药可以立刻见到症后，立刻可以辨证论治，处方用药，就可以发挥即刻的作用。这种可及性、及时性，具有重大的战略意义。我们看，如果按照去年来算，说当时1年以后才出的疫苗，特效药直到现在仍然没出来，但是疫情已经过了1年多了，现在已经造成了将近1.6亿的人被感染，几百万人死亡，是吧？我们中医药它的作用就凸显出来了。我想以后再有疫病也是如此，所以我们强调中药可及性，它的时效性，怎么强调过分？啊，当然，这次疫情也促进国家建立了中医药公共卫生实践应急体制，在传染病修这个法里边已经把中医药纳入进去，中医药有知情权，有参战权，啊，同时也鼓励我们加强医学科的发展。最后，我们说中医药面临着重大的需求和发展机遇，中医药现代化取得了突出的成绩，将中药的原创思维和现代科技结合，将会产生原创的成果，开拓新的研究领域，引领世界生命科学的发展，为用中国式办法解决世界医改难题做出贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much to Professor Zhang Boli. It was a very illustrious presentation about the benefits of Chinese traditional medicine. Next, we will hear the presentation of Professor Patricia Calado as board member of ICIB, Agency for Clinical Research and Biomedical Innovation. She will present about Europe-China cooperation opportunities in the EU Research and Innovation Framework Program. Professor Patricia Calado, the floor is yours.
Mute. Thank you so much. I believe now you can see me and hear me, and I'm going to share my presentation, which hopefully is now on your screen. If by any reason it's not, please just let me know. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here with you today. Unfortunately, I cannot be in Aveiro, but I have been following the conference with a lot of interest. I am going to speak about the EU-China cooperation opportunities in the European Union Research and Innovation Framework Program, because I am working for 6 years now as the Portuguese representative for the area of health in the EU Framework Program. The European Union has research and innovation programs since the early 80s. The last one was Horizon 2020, which recently finished. It lasted from 2014 to 2020. And one of the characteristics of these programs is that they are open to the world, meaning that not only the European researchers and institutions can participate, but in general, there is a general opening to any country that would like to also take part in projects under the scope of the EU framework programs. In particular, we also have some targeted international cooperations across the program. This is a program in all areas, not only health, and for some specific cases there are requests for international cooperation. Examples of these target opportunities, it's when specific topics in calls require the participation of partners for a specific country or a specific region, or just in other cases, they just encourage the participation of international partners. On the other hand, we also have sometimes what we call the coordinated calls. And in these cases, the European Commission directly agrees with a country to launch a joint coordinated call. So who can participate in the European research and innovation programs? In general, everybody, but not all countries are eligible for funding. So the automatically eligible countries for funding are the member states and also the countries that associate to the program, because these contribute with money to the overall budget. The European Union also supports all developing countries and so they can join the projects and also receive money from the EU. For the remaining countries, which are industrialized countries, in general, they need to find their own funding. There are some exceptions in case there are bilateral agreements or the participation of a specific entity is essential for that specific project, but in generally what we call third countries are industrialized countries as China, and they are free to participate, very welcome, but they should bring their own funding. Why? Why should other countries join European researchers and European institutions in the EU framework program? For several reasons. I'm not going in detail through all of them because we are also running a bit out of time, but it's because they can take part in ambitious research and innovation programs, also new business opportunities in cases where we are closer to the market, more innovation projects, the opportunity with work with new teams, and also for some cases, grants for students, which allows also a mobility to Europe. On the other hand, Europe also wins, so it's really a win-win situation because we also attract talent and investment, new knowledge, new markets. So by attracting countries from all over the world to our projects, we have a much higher impact on the research and innovation we do. In the specific case of China and the European Union, the scientific cooperation is governed by an agreement on science and technology cooperation that was signed already in 1998 and has been renewed 3 times since then. The implementation of this agreement is overseen by a joint steering commission and a committee, and very recently in 2018, when it was the 20th anniversary of the signing of the agreement, both sides, the European Commission and China, decided to jointly implement a roadmap in order to strengthen the cooperation in different areas of research. And then it was implemented a co-funding mechanism, so China would co-fund specific actions with the European Union. This roadmap for EU and China scientific and technological cooperation covers many areas, not only health, but when we focus on the health part specifically, there are areas that are of main interest, and these include rare and chronic diseases, cancer, infectious diseases, and brain injury. For all of these, the European Union and China are already working together in big global research initiatives, as you can see on the slide. Only in particular focusing the program that was ongoing on 2018, which was Horizon 2020, there was an interest, explicit interest from China on personalized medicine, brain research, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and respiratory diseases. So this would mean that with a co-funding mechanism, China would be willing to co-fund their researchers, their institutions that would join the European framework program in these particular areas of interest. And so we have in place, or we had, because now we are moving to a different program, but during the duration of Horizon 2020, we have this co-funding, general co-funding mechanism in place that was supporting specific areas. So China defined 5 big flagship initiatives, and also supported research in several other areas of the Horizon 2020 program. This was the big mechanisms for Chinese institutions to participate in the European Framework Program, but then, as you can see in the bottom of the slide, other national institutions or funding institutions many times complemented the funding of the Ministry of Science and Technology in specific areas of interest. This means that for Horizon 2020, Chinese institutions had the opportunity to join some projects from Horizon 2020 in all areas. I would like to focus now on the projects that I don't think I am showing you in slideshow. Sorry, now we are. So these are the projects, the health-related projects where Chinese institutions joined the consortium of partners that build up the project. I think that we are looking at 12 projects, and I would like to tell you that 5 of them are very recent. And these were calls that the European Commission launched in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, for obvious reasons, these projects should involve international cooperation and partners from all over the world. Another of these projects with Chinese participation, it's from 2016, and it was a response that we faced by then. Then another one, it's in the scope of the Global Alliance for Chronic Diseases. 2 of them focus personalized medicine. That was an area of interest mapped by China. And 2 other projects are projects where the European Commission specifically asked for international cooperation. One of them, this project called CENET, was the response to a call that was open, specifically asking for strategic collaboration in health research and innovation between EU and China. So for this particular call, the participation of Chinese institutions was mandatory. This is a list just to have an idea of the Chinese organizations that are working in Horizon 2020 health projects. As you see, you can see that most of them received no funding from the EU, according to what we have just said. They received money most probably from China, but also a few of them have been funded by the European Union because they were essential for the project they are in. Looking at Portugal, we are together with China in 2 Horizon 2020 health projects. One of them is the project I just mentioned, the Zika Alliance, a project that gathers many institutions from many countries in response to the Zika outbreak. And more recently, a very interesting project where Portugal and other European institutions work together with Chinese institutions, with the project Senate Hub. Senate Hub aims to create a dialogue between the actors of health research and innovation from EU and China, and has the specific goal of facilitating the participation of the Chinese researchers in the European Union Framework Program. This is a bit more detail of this project. I think it's a great opportunity. It's a project that I know that in Portugal has been very well disseminated. The Portuguese partner, you can have the list on the left side of the European partners, and we are participating with a consultancy company, which is the Portuguese Society for Innovation. And then you have the list of Chinese partners. They have been very interactive, very dynamic. So in case you have interest in knowing more about opportunities also, you can get in contact with them, because I think they are doing an excellent job. So now looking a bit more into the future, we are now starting this year with a new program that will also last for 7 years. It's a big research and innovation program with an overall budget of 95.5 billion euros. It's organized in 3 pillars. I'm going to be a bit brief now. Health is in pillar 2. That, as you can see, it's called Global Challenges and European Industrial Competitiveness. So global challenges, not only European challenges. And this pillar is organized in 6 clusters. The first one is cluster health. So we will have around 8 billion euros for research and innovation projects in cluster health for the next 7 years. We are always talking about multidisciplinary transsectoral projects that must include at least 3 European countries and are then open to collaboration from countries all over the world. The cluster health has 6 areas of intervention. So for the full duration of the program, for the 7 years, these are the big areas that are going to be funded. Of course, they are transversal. And there is a work program that names all the calls with all the topics that you can apply to. We are now finishing the work program that is for 2021 and 2022. It is available upon request. It's going to be approved within the next days. And for these first 2 years of the program, we will have calls that are covering these 6 big areas, which the Commission calls destinations. So we will fund projects in the area in destination 1 to 6, staying healthy in a rapidly changing society, also funding projects that relate to the environment where we live and where we work. Again, projects towards diseases, therapies, and also prevention, reducing the disease burden. So all of these big destinations will then have several opportunities throughout this the following years. We have different types of projects. The most common ones for research are the research and innovation actions, where we do research and innovation. We also have innovation actions, where there is not a request for research, it's more demonstrators, pilots. And then we have coordination and support actions, which are strategic projects. Some of those that I showed to you previously, like SENET, it's a coordination and support action. The goal is not to do research, but to create synergies and think about strategy. There are other types of projects, but this would be the most relevant. Whenever you want to participate, the rules are very simple. Calls are open and consortia must apply. A consortium has to include at least 3 organizations from 3 different member states or associated countries. Usually projects have 10, 12, 15 partners. We never have 3 partners only. And again, international cooperation gives a bigger dimension and more impact to the projects. Everybody is welcome. And currently, the topics are going to open very soon. So for 2021, we have 24 different topics that are going to open. We have a total of 890 million that is going to be distributed, and very similar for 2022. So there is still many things open for this program, Horizon Europe, or not many, but still a few, like countries that want to associate to the program are still negotiating their association, and also countries like China and other third countries are in discussions also with the European Commission and mapping which are the areas of interest. So I invite you to follow these discussions, and hopefully China will continue to be a very strong partner for the European research and innovation scenario, and in particular with Portugal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Patricia Calado. There are indeed many opportunities for cooperation between European Union and China. We will now go to the next presentation by Professor Huang Caiwei, who is an Associate Professor, Dean of International Education College of Zhejiang Chinese Medical University. His presentation is about the role of alternative and integrative medicines in the health development projects in Europe. Professor Huang Caiwei, you may start.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, Professor. You may start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Boa tarde. It's my great honor to be here to share a little bit my own knowledge about the Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese or alternative medicine, integrated medicine. So thank you so much for your invitation by Professor Carlos. So my topic was limited by Aveiro University, role of alternative and integrative medicine in healthy development project. Maybe the topic is very big, but I just focus the traditional Chinese medicine because I'm a TCM doctor, a TCM practitioner. Okay, I'm not sure. Do you know what is this one? Because I'm not a acupuncturist. If you are a TCM practitioner, may you know this line. This is we learned in the ancient time, but how can we test? And do you know how to do it? Maybe we need to know more information. Okay, so my topic is general condition of the Chinese medicine, and the other one is the development of the traditional medicine in Europe and the opportunity and the challenges. So general condition of the Chinese medicine, and up to 4 billion people represented by 8 of the world's population living in developing world rely on herbal medicine products as a primary source of the healthcare. And this is researched by America. So also we know the 44 states and has approved the insurance of acupuncture license. So it's very popular in America. And also this is a white paper by the Chinese medicine in 2016. We found, we know WHO mentioned 100 the member states has already proved the practice of acupuncture and moxibustion. And the 29 and have the status on the Chinese medicine. So this is a very popular. This is a group from the Coimbra University and came to my university in Hangzhou. So up to 2018, and 35 overseas TCM center was established, and 30 of them are located in countries around the road, the Belt and the Road Initiative. They also have 5 international corporate base and 1 international standard center and constructing and 2 international culture. This is the TCM exhibition in Coimbra University. So right now, global CI, because I just came back from the Coimbra University 6 months ago, so I know the Confucius Institute more than others. So Global Confucius Institute of University in TCM, right now they have 15 in the world. So, and we also know the world heritage about the Chinese culture and about the traditional Chinese medicine. So this is acupuncture and moxibustion has been recognized important part of the intelligent and heritage of UNESCO. And also the one of our main book we called the Compendium of the Material Medica has been included in the UNESCO memory of the world. So this is the very important step for the traditional Chinese medicine or Chinese medicine development in the world. And also it is the news, the World Health Assembly adapts the 11th version of the organization Global Compendium. And so this is association or assembly already includes the traditional Chinese medicine. So it means in the future, it is allowed develop more in traditional Chinese medicine or traditional Chinese medicine in the world. So this is the general condition. Next on, I would like to talk about the development of the traditional medicine in Europe. Of course, because when I was in Portugal and 1 year suffered from the pandemic, so I didn't go to many places. I only got a few information about Portugal. So I may focus Portugal conditions and talking about the development. As mentioned, the Chinese Ministry of the Health has signed the amendment of the understanding with the health authorizations of 14 European countries, including Italy, Ireland, and Austria, Denmark, Ukraine, and Croatia, and Norway, and the others. So by 2009, more than 140 traditional products of registration has been granted in Europe. So here is the proportion of the drugs market worldwide, and until to the 2014, around 651 billion. This is you can see the European and take 25%. So here is, I mentioned, like overseas TCM center, and one of the center was built in the Minho University. I visited the place and also talked to the dean, and I know we had cooperation in organizing the international congress. This is the whole the list. And European CI of University of TCN. One of this, like Pakis University, is a Hungary, and Coimbra University was built like a CI was building in 2016, and also they have Germany Confucius Institute, London Confucius Institute, and also and San Mario Confucius Institute, and Nation Galway University in 2019. We had some cooperation right now with them. So as statistic, in France, they have over 15,000 TCM practitioners and more than 80,000 clinics or TCM clinics. And also they have 117 TCM schools or institutes. In Germany, around 50,000 TCM and acupuncturists. It's almost like take 50% of the doctors. And the Netherlands, they have 1,600 clinics, and almost the 15% population accept acupuncture treatment to 12 schools or institutions of the TCM. So it is very popular in some countries. They accepted the traditional Chinese medicine or acupuncturist. So what about in Portugal? So I had some contact with these schools. So because of law, in 2018, the Portugal government already made the legislation of the non-conventional therapies. So they have 4 schools are able to accept or enroll the TCM students or acupuncturist students. So this is the situation right at that time. So what about the practitioner? So by the end of the 2019, there are 4,000 non-conventional therapies in Portugal have been licensed. So 1,200 acupuncturists and also 900 TCM practitioners. So I think this is not big, but now it will going up because of the 4 school and try to training the more and more the practitioner. Let me introduce a little bit the place I worked. This is the Confucius Institute of Coimbra University. It was founded in 2016, and the main point is to promote the educations of Chinese culture and language and traditional Chinese medicine. So we had some courses in faculty medicine in Coimbra University. Of course, it was like a joint program by two universities, the Zhejiang Chinese Medical University and the Coimbra University. So in the past 4 years, we offered some Chinese language course and like Avilo University, and also we offer some traditional Chinese medicine courses and healthy and wealth by Chinese way. So all of this, we are facing to the medical students. Here has a table and show how many medical students and to take the course. 2017 is 42, and 2018 74, and last year when I was there, because of pandemic, it was 72 students. So this is the general information. I hope we can get more contact and more students communicate. They just give them opportunity to know more about the Chinese medicine. Okay, this is, I mentioned like the first Sino-Portuguese International Congress and on Chinese medicine 2019, and organized by 4 universities, Coimbra University, Minion University, and the Zhejiang Chinese Medical University, and the Western South Medical University. And we also invited a few doctors, Western doctors and Portuguese doctors, and attend the Congress. And it was organized by Faculty of Medicine in Coimbra University. And also last year, during the pandemic, we organized the International Congress online. We called the Integrated TCM and Western Medicine on Prevention and Treatment of COVID-19. So joint program by Coimbra University and the World Federation of the Chinese Medical Society. And so that time, there are around 5,000 people to follow up with this conference. So I think at that time, we invited some experts and from Wuhan. They just came back to the home and share the knowledge and how to prevent by integrate method, not only by Western medicine. So this is, I think, very important. It is very pity I don't have the time to see or to watch the presentation by academic by somebody, but I always follow his presentation. So I think he already presented many this kind of cases or knowledge about this, how to by both integrate the TCM and Western medicine prevent or treatment of COVID-19. So it is lucky for me right now I can have a free time to attend a different conference in different cities because we controlled right now situations, but we still need to be very careful. Okay, I just want to use the one sentence to mention this is the rector of the Coimbra University, Amilcar Falcon, and interviewed with Guangming Daily last year, and he mentioned UC is becoming a window for the University of Coimbra, it's the Confucius Institute, to carry out the cultural exchange with China. So this plays a positive role and promote the mutual exchange between China and Portugal. So I think this is very important for TCM and for the traditional medicine and alternative medicine or integrated medicine as well. So last, I would like to talk about the opportunity or challenge, very short. So Chinese Medicine Health Service make a plan, we call the 5 years plan, already established a center for prevention in hospital TCM and mandatory or children health center. So this is very important give us another opportunity how to building the center to prevent or to treat the maternal or children problems. The other one, and promote the integration of the TCM or Chinese medicine and the other age service. Another base, new base. I think many of you already know this one. Guangdong Macau Cooperation Chinese Medicine Society or Technology Industrial Park. A lot of Portuguese or doctors already visited this center. And this is the new center in Guangdong province. And this is we call the assembly or a center. So it shows how to modelization of the Chinese medicine or Chinese herbs or integrated traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. So this center, in the future, it will play more important role to get more communication with the European. Another one I would like to show, this is the Chinese Academic Society Center has a contact with the UC, University of Coimbra, and building a center we call the Center of the China Study. So this center, actually, it is very popular. It is very broad and to get more contact with Portuguese or European and try to make some research in philosophy, society, social, and also including the part of medicine. So I think in the future, we can use this platform to get more contacts. Next one, this is we did last year before I left Portugal. Sign MOU in development of plants herbs in Coimbra University with the PCME in 2019. So we are trying to get more contact with the pharmacy faculty of the Coimbra University and try to plant some herbs or plants in Portugal. Maybe it could play another roles in the future. Okay, this is I also mentioned the Galway National University in Ireland and build a global alliance of the Confucius for Chinese medicine. And every 2 months they organize some international academic conference and share some knowledges. And also will try to invite some scientific researchers to share the proof and to share the founders and to try to discuss how to do better in TCM development. So this is the new global alliance, but I think in the future, maybe you will be one of them. So last one I would like to show, this is before I left the Portugal last year, the former vice rector, Jorginho Carvalho, and showed me this article. It shows 2000 years ago, they have some old text, Chinese text. And this text showed, we call the meridian. But at that time, we just know this meridian, but this doctor or this research mentioned Vivian Shaw, and it could be the earliest anatomic atlas. It shows 2000 years ago, Asian Chinese practitioner, TCM practitioner, already show how to open the body, how to anatomy the body, and show the lines and show to the circulation of blood. So they called it, maybe it could be the earliest anatomical atlas in the world. Okay, this is I also mentioned just in the first slide or PPT. I want to show how to test the meridians. We already used this in 2000 years, but it's very popular in the clinic. We used acupuncture, as I'm an acupuncturist, but how to test this one? A few days ago, and one group of research in Fudan University, a top 3 in China, and already showed and use this method by drinking the hot tea, different tea. It can help to show the meridian channels meridian channels, and also can show the organs, energy, how to lay the thermal effects. So directly show how to test where is the line connecting the organs. For example, this is the one of the meridian and show this neck area. And the other one show this, how to say, like this one, and Shaoyan, and show the front, this one. So this is, we call the new combination, use the modern technique to show the older theory, older system. So this is a very, very nice. I think this will be a great the foundations for the TCM development. Okay, this is I don't want to say last things. I would like to use this one. Alan Lasher's executive published science magazine. He said middle way could be found for traditional medicine, and one takes the best Eastern and Western and bring them together for the benefit of all. So I think it's probably in the future integrated medicine, and it will be a middle way for development in the European health and development of the traditional or for the health. So this is one of slides I used from the others. So we medicine, what is we medicine? This is the evidence medicine, this is experience medicine. Of course, not only experience medicine, but it's someone will think about the TCM or traditional Chinese medicine, Eastern medicine is experience, but Western medicine and Eastern medicine combined together, it is we medicine. Maybe it will be in the future, the middle way or the last way, or not the last way, but it's a better way for all of the people, not only for European people. That's all I would like to talk. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you so much for this excellent presentation. To finish this the third and last morning panel, we will also honor to hear Professor Olga Silva's presentation. She is Associate Professor of the Department of Pharmacy, Pharmacology and Health Technologies of the Faculty of Pharmacy of the University of Lisbon. She will talk to us about the use of medicinal plants of TCM in Portugal, challenges and constraints.
Good morning. I think I'm okay. Can I start? Yes, because, okay, now I think it's okay. Okay, good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank to the organizing committee for the kind invitation to be present in this conference. It's a pleasure to speak and to be with my colleagues from China and from other universities, and also to meet other colleagues for the first time. So I will speak about the use of Chinese herbal medicines in Portugal. A general picture is adequate, I think. Okay, many people in Portugal regularly use traditional Chinese medicines and other kind of traditional medicines, either alone or in addition to conventional treatments. Portuguese people mostly use traditional medicines in a complementary way, but the prevalence of the use of the traditional medicines in Portugal is not really known. In Portugal, the most popular type of traditional medicine is herbal medicines, but the use of medicinal plants in the context of the traditional Chinese medicine is not relevant. From the traditional Chinese medicine house already referred, acupuncture is the most used and accepted treatment. However, there is a resurgence of interest in the older traditional medicine systems due to the growing interest in contact with nature in a biosustainable manner. So, in Portugal, herbal medicines are considered medicines. They can be licensed as traditional herbal medicinal products, as medicines in the same way as conventional medicines, identical concerning formulation, quality control, and regulatory issues to synthetic drugs or simple chemical entities. Also, these herbal medicines can be regulated as controlled medicines, like, for example, cannabis at the moment. But what is an herbal medicinal product? In Portugal, herbal medicinal products are defined as any medicinal product exclusively containing as active ingredients one or more herbal substances. Herbal drugs, medicinal plants are the other names of these herbal substances. In these products, one or more herbal preparations or a combination of the two can also be included. These kind of products are prepared from plant material, usually dried, containing a wide range of natural metabolites, some of which are marker compounds with or without biological activity. So, companies seeking to bring herbal medicinal products to the market in Portugal should follow the national process overseen by the National Authority of Medicines and Health Products, INFARMED. Decision about the introduction of the herbal product is in Portugal based in the quality criteria defined in the European Pharmacopoeia and in Portuguese Pharmacopoeia, or in Portuguese Pharmacopoeia, and also based in safety and efficacy criteria defined by the European Medicines Agency. And concerning the quality, both European Pharmacopoeia and Portuguese Pharmacopoeia can be used. These criteria are a little different and in some cases similar, but they are not the same of the European, they are not the same of the Chinese Pharmacopoeia. So until now, until the 2020, 73 Chinese herbal drugs have already described in the monographs on the European Pharmacopoeia. Less plants are included in the Portuguese Pharmacopoeia. But about 300 Chinese herbal drugs have been recognized to be used by the practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine in the European Union and including Portugal. The kind of medicines used in the traditional Chinese medicine systems are a little different from the definition of this kind of medicines in Europe. So we must adapt these formulations to the rules of the European Pharmacopoeia in order to have the quality criteria needed to support the introduction of a product in Europe and consequently in Portugal. These monographs of quality are essentially related to herbal drugs, essential oils, and few herbal drug mixtures used in phytotherapy in Europe, and some of them also used in traditional Chinese medicine and Indian medicines. This kind of monographs related with the safety and efficacy together with the monographs of the quality, allow Infarmed to decide about the recommendation of the introduction of a new herbal product in the country. This kind of introduction can be made based in the traditional use or based in well-established use. In any case, the most common is the introduction based in the traditional use. And in this case, the product that we want to introduce must be used for at least 30 years in the world, including in China, and in the minimum of 15 years in Europe. Another aspect is the therapeutic indications, because in this case, as traditional herbal medicinal products, they are limited because the legislation excludes the need of prescription, supervision, and monitoring by a medical doctor. So, at the moment, monographs and guidance established by the European Medicines Agency are consistent in 164 monographs of herbal drugs and herbal preparations like essential oils and some mixtures, but few concerning Chinese herbal drugs. I can give you an example of that. Based in data from the literature, we know that the TC medicinal plants more occurrent are ginseng, anthracite, angelica, and xuanqiong. All these medicines are considered in the European Pharmacopoeia, so we have data related with the quality that we can use in order to allow the introduction of a product in Europe and in Portugal. But from these plants, only one has been considered until now by the European Medicines Agency, and this plant is ginseng. So ginseng until now is one of the most well-known plants in Europe, and the usefulness is already well short. But until now, ginseng, based in the conclusions and the studies already made, until the European Commission allow the introduction of products based in this plant prepared for treatment of tiredness and weakness. Only that. So another situation is the kind of the legal framework in Portugal. Until now, no traditional Chinese herbal products have been registered as herbal medicinal products in Portugal. Most of the medicinal plants, including Chinese medicinal plants, are used as dietary supplements and not as herbal medicinal products. So they are considered in the legal framework of the food. They are dietary supplements, concentrated forms of nutrients with nutritional and physiologic effects, and they are allowed or destined to be used in healthy population. Opposite to the medicines that they are considered to be used in sick persons. However, plant-based dietary supplements are not only used by healthy people in the country, but they are also used in the prevention of different pathologies and also in the treatment of these alone or together with other medicines. In this context, the competent authority of the placing on the market of food supplement is our DGAV, so the entity responsible for the introduction of food also and new foods, and the manufacturer of the dietary supplement is responsible for ensuring the quality, safety, and effectiveness of the product before it can be sold in the marketplace. The DGAV does not require testing of dietary supplements prior to marketing. This kind of supplements, also called in general herbal vaccines, but really not considered herbal medicines in the European countries, are rarely prescribed by doctors or used in an hospital environment in Portugal, although the use of herbal health products, including TCM, is widespread. Herbal Chinese medicines are prescribed by practitioners of traditional Chinese medicines and being sold in few dedicated stores allocated to specific brands, like this one that I present here. Other companies sell in herbalist and other phytotherapy stores or also by mail. I can give you an example of this situation. We listened during today information about plants, namely 5 plants and 4 formulations used and proved to be useful in the COVID-19 pathologies. 4 of these kind of formulations, I have here the names, are considered adequate for the management together with other Western medicines in this pathology. We realized that these formulas involving a total of about 33 herbal drugs. From most of them, we have in Europe quality monograph, but except for ginseng, the other are not considered in relation to the safety in the Europe and efficacy by the European Medicines Agency. In attending this situation and based in the strategy of development of the WHO traditional complementary and integrative group, in the Portuguese Institute of Quality create recently a technical commission devoted to the traditional and complementary medicines. In this commission, we have representatives of the industry and commerce. We have administrative office like DGAV and Infarmed. We have university and technological centers and also non-profit organizations. And this commission is dedicated to the quality of and safety of raw materials, manufactured products and medical devices used in traditional medicines, and in special is collaborating with the ISO TC 249 related with the traditional Chinese medicine. I can tell you, we can speak about some constraints and challenges. One of them is the mystery about the quality, safety, and efficacy of herbal medicinal products, including TCHP, and also the considerable difference in the overall composition when comparing the classic traditional way of TCM processing, like the cushion, versus new formulations like granules. So the needed quality parameters of these traditional Chinese medicines are not often provided And for that, a promising step forward for the nation's general acceptance of traditional Chinese medicinal products in Portugal should be the industrial production of defined specified extracts from single TC herbal drugs or even from complex mixtures of several herbal drugs, recognized as herbal drugs or herbal drugs preparation by Infarmed. Irrespective of divergent regulatory frameworks and requirements, setting of parameters that ensure the quality, safety, and efficacy of Chinese herbal medicines selling in Portugal is needed. Transferring the dissemination of the knowledge about traditional Chinese herbal medicines to public and health professionals, in special concerning quality, safety, and efficacy of them, is also needed. Portuguese consumers are putting increased pressure on companies to ensure their products are made according to social and environmental standards. Well-developed products, environmentally friendly, will be more accepted and will have an economic advantage. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Olga Silva, for your excellent contribution. We ended the round of presentations this morning, and because the time is limited, there's no part for questions. And I will close this first part of the conference for 1 hour break, lunch break. We will resume at 14:15 with a panel dedicated to health, science, parks, examples of good practices. We wish you all a good time, a good lunch time, and a good evening, if applicable, for the audience from other regions of global. See you later. Have a good lunch.